My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca George, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jan Faria, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Yes.
Take one. Well done.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paulini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time.
Ready? Play.
But we have to start with João Fonseca because I feel like last year, all the hype building up, and we get on his favorite surface. He's now come through 3 extraordinary matches. The first 2 rounds coming from 2 sets down. And today it's Casper Ruud, who arguably could have been, 50-50 favorite with the remaining draw right next to Zverev. And there he is taking down Casper Ruud in 4 sets. What do you make of it?
I mean, this is shaping up to be the most exciting men's slam in a long time. Like, what was it? There's the chart of the, it's of who's won the last slams, and it's, big 3 or Sin Alcaraz, and the last one was Medvedev in 21 was the last time it wasn't Sin Alcaraz or a big 3. So, and we're going to get it. And Fonseca today, I think what really impressed me was his ability to, I said this, it was actually a year ago, I said this after he lost to Draper last year, that once Fonseca gets the hit out of every situation mentality out of his game and finds his real defensive abilities, then he will become a huge problem for the entire tour. And today, his ability to be not hit through by Casper on big moments was unbelievable. Obviously, very controversial moment at 8-7 in the breaker was called long, and the chair umpire came down and said there was no gap, and then Hawkeye showed it was long, and it was 8-7 Casper in the tiebreak. That would have taken it. It would have been 1 set all, and then obviously won the next set, and who knows what happens from there. They probably are still playing if that's the case. But for Fonseca, that 4th set was a huge mixture of Fonseca's ability to turn defense into attack and Casper fading as well. But I'm more impressed with Fonseca's engine than anything else. The guy's been playing so much tennis. But yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where these conversations need to begin with, because even last year, even this year, going into it, fitness has been a question for Fonseca. And obviously you can't replicate a Grand Slam, right? You can't replicate anything above 3.5 hours in a best of 3 match. So that's the first thing that I think about. I mean, he's now been on court for almost 14 hours, 13, 14 hours. So that's super impressive. And he's going up today against an opponent who had just come from a 5-setter. So not that it's equal playing field, but both of them are coming into this match fatigue, knowing that once you get into that 2-hour, almost 3-hour time period, it's going to be much more of a talking point, and you're going to see it on court a little bit more. So that's the first thing. Secondly, yes, that is a really controversial point there at 8-7 in the breaker. And I think we could have a longer conversation about it, but I think it's worth the quick conversation. It's like Roland Garros being this last tournament that's going to hold out and be the ones to be the last to change the electric line calling. Someone had to do it. and it turns out it's on clay, which is maybe fitting. But I also read that Roland Garros was the last one to put a roof up. And it's just been a chaotic week in terms of temperature. Facilities is obviously a big talking point because we're having players that are getting injured and having to, retire from matches. And then obviously now you have electronic line calling. And yes, it's difficult with tennis because, right, every point means the same in terms of numbers, but that is such a controversial point. And as you mentioned, it would be one set all. And the match could still be going on. So that's a really big talking point. But you also have to point Casper Ruud was up 5-2 in that breaker and was able to, and let it slip to 5-all. And that's kind of the progression of the situation. But it's really important because I'm not sure if we're going to see electronic line calling at Roland Garros next year, but I think it's definitely going to push the narrative a bit more and maybe put a little bit more pressure on the tournament because I think it was actually 2 points. I don't know if it was back to back.
Yeah.
And João even went up to the chair umpire and gave the 2. And it's tough. It's tough because we don't see human error a lot in our sport anymore because this is the last place that exists besides the Challenger Tour, besides some women's events. So I think that's a talking point in and of itself. But getting back to the tennis, you have to point to the physical fitness of Fonseca. And I think he just had a little bit more pep in his step. And I think that camp of his is very loud. They bring a lot of energy. And I think the other thing that I would point to is just the forehand for Ruud breaking down a bit, or maybe just not having the precision that it needed to get over that line against Fonseca, especially towards the tail end of the match. So that could be legs, that could be psychological, but you have to credit Fonseca because this is an astounding accomplishment. I think even the previous matches maybe even more impressive, but you put it all together and this is just one heck of a week.
Yeah. I think today I was super impressed with the way that Fonseca was suffocating Ruud off his backhand wing with depth and giving him such little wiggle room. Also on that set point for Fonseca on his actual set point in the second set, his return, unbelievable. It's out wide, skidded off the line. Fonseca isn't in frame, and he puts up a defensive lob of a return, and it lands directly on the baseline, frankly, resetting the point. And then he manages to scramble from off screen to then, hit a huge forehand. And it's just unbelievable. I think that there was last year, what was it? Someone called that Fonseca would make the final here last year. Like, those were a genuine tennis predictions. And now I'm not joking when I say the guy could win it, as in he could genuinely win it. So impressive, especially after the match against Djokovic. The guy I thought was running on empty, clearly not. And that fourth set was superb. The guy likes to hit out when he can use his forehand when he's tired. As in, he wasn't tired today, but when he gets to that point, he has so much more control compared to a year ago, has so much more control on the ball and variety. I think his slice also is a lot better than what it was. And the serve, he's now serving 130 easily. I think I don't know what that is in American, 210, something like that. I think all credit Fonseca. For Ruud, this was the one that got away.
Yeah, a few things. Let's stick on Fonseca for just a minute more or so. But yeah, starts with the return. The producer pointed out. That's the kind of Achilles heel for Fonseca, especially going up against these big servers. But clay, obviously, you get a better look at it. And I feel like throughout the tournament, a lot of players have just found ways to come up with big serving at big moments. Even Ruud against Tommy Paul, he's facing 1540. down 2 sets to love, 2 match points, and I think he was able to win 1 point off the ground. But then it was 3 big serves, and you even think about Fonseca serving out the match against Djokovic, 3 straight aces. So I think I'm not like discrediting Ruud's serve by any means, but obviously that the kicker is going to be more of a consistent theme throughout the match. But his return was great, and you also mentioned it, getting out of defensive positions much better. And hey, maybe matches against Alcaraz and Sinner can help boast that a bit. But yeah, his ability to use the defensive slice, use variety, get himself back in the point, and then, man, I mean, once the forehand is firing and it's free, it's very scary as an opponent, because one, you can't really lean either way. You almost have to guess, and you don't kind of know what's going on. I also think, like, we can talk about his full game, but the backhand is still so underrated, or just not talked about enough, or people just don't focus on it enough, because that is so clean. I think even in that Djokovic match, his big backhand was able to open up some defensive drop, or some backhand slice drop shots. And I think that's also just very underrated for Fonseca, but that's only because his forehand blows you off the court, and it blows everyone off the couch, because you're like, wow, this guy really can pack a punch. So we're really seeing that all court game come together. And today is just like a totally different day and totally different conditions than it was 2 days ago and 4 days ago when he played previously. So I think that adjustment is really important for both these players. I think it favors Fonseca just because he can hit through the court a little bit more with that natural raw power. But yeah, for Ruud, it's a tough one to swallow, right? I think for the whole family as well, because he played himself into form, made an amazing comeback versus Tommy Paul when we were kind of getting ready to be on the edge of our seats for a 10-point tiebreak against Tommy Paul. And that was very much 50-50 for me. I wasn't necessarily convinced either way. I thought Tommy Paul played a great match. Tough way to lose it. But you put it all together, and he's really played quite a complete kind of game of tennis throughout the last 13, 14 hours, as I mentioned. So he set himself up for really a good opportunity, and he's going to be taking on a fellow next gen opponent in Jakub Mensik, which is just it's amazing, first of all. But I also want to point out to you, as you mentioned, just the ability to play free due to the lack of experience. And look, we're not in their minds, because there's always that funny thing: is there something to lose? Is there nothing to lose? But these guys, man, they let's not lie, they're both top 30 players, and obviously their seeding is right next to each other. But they've played in some big level matches now. Jakub Mensik winning Miami Masters title, Fonseca picking up a few titles, now playing, the top 2. So these guys, they're both 19, 20 years old.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're both 20, but
no,
it feels like they've already had a lot of experience in their 2.5 years on tour.
Yeah. I mean, Mensik's 20 now. Fonseca's still 19. I mean, this is such a close match, and it's one that screams a slam final at some point in the next 10 years.
For
right?
sure.
And we'll get to Mensik's match in a minute. But this matchup specifically, I just want the last thing on Fonseca.
Sure thing.
His touch at the net today was superb compared to what it has been, or what I've seen. Some of the hard volley pickups were unbelievable. I think it was 6-all in the breaker, and he 7 volleys with a kicker out wide. Ruud with a great return, super low over the net, and Fonseca somehow pulls out some sort of wizardry at the net and pulled it off, and makes it very tricky for Ruud to do anything with it. Ruud attempts to lob, but it smash put away. Just the pressure of the moment to pull out that volley was so impressive. That's something that he did multiple times today. But Fonseca, Mensik, now they've played once before in next gen finals in 24. Who's got more in the tank? I guess. I think I lean Fonseca mainly because I think Mensik went 5 today, Fonseca went 4. Mensik also had that like crazy match versus Navone. This is such an interesting matchup. I think Mensik has the get out of jail free card with the serve. I think Mensik serves better than Fonseca does, and I think the backhand is steadier from the Czech than it is the Brazilian, but obviously Fonseca has that raw power. I would also say Fonseca's a better mover than Mensik is, although Mensik does move well for a guy of 6'5". This has been one of the most enjoyable tournaments in a long time, and I'm gonna say it's going 5 again. I'll go Fonseca in 5, mainly because I just think that Fonseca has more to give in that moment. More, he feeds off the crowd, and he feeds off that energy from his box, and he gets a lot of it, and I mean a lot of it. But Mensik is unbelievable talent as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's so difficult to call because both are just so physically spent. For Mensik, really impressive performance against Alex de Minaur, and I think that's like one where you kind of exert yourself and put yourself out there, because ADM is one of those guys that'll kill you if you kind of don't know how to handle a situation, especially losing that first set 6-love. But Mensik took it to ADM, and that's what you have to do because you don't want to be chasing balls around all day. So that was like a really big match for me, honestly, to see him thrive and get it done in 4 sets after dropping that first. That was impressive. And then today, just kind of that feeling where you're like, how much does he have left in the tank? Rublev kind of flipping the match on its head, and you go into that 5th set, and he just found that second, third win, whatever you want to call it, and was able to power through. You also pointed out the serve. Of course, we tipped that to Mensik. I mean, he's a top 5 server. There's no questions asked. If I'm Rublev, I'm maybe shading a little bit more to that wide serve on the ad court, because that's where he went on both of his break points. And obviously you want to avoid the Rublev forehand. So that was interesting to me, a little cat and mouse game, especially because it came to a second break point, and that would have been kind of interesting there. But I think both players, you could say, oh, they're rolling, right? So many things have gone their way, and they've come through big matches, and I think it's a very 50-50 match. I just think there's a little bit more to fear if you're Mensik, just because of the Fonseca firepower. And he's also playing someone that, as you mentioned, I mean, even the net play, that was a really good point that I didn't even bring up when you think about the all-court game. But the net play, the drop shots, because you come from a guy playing Rublev who's just dictating from the baseline, trying to overpower you. So I think there's a lot of variety there. And I think getting Mensik on the run is going to be beneficial, but also I think playing with more variety and different kind of heights and pace to that Mensik forehand. But let's be honest, like, you don't get to the Roland Garros quarterfinals. It's not like his forehand is bad, right? There's obviously some technical deficiencies there, but the guy is still punking it. He's finding a way out of trouble. In the backhand, once again, I still put it top 3. I think he's 3rd behind Zverev and Djokovic, and I stand by that. So it's really difficult. There's really not somewhere you want to avoid, because I think he deflects pace really well off the forehand wing. And as you mentioned, just a horizontal movement for a guy 6'5", 6'6". It's insane. So I think we're in for a good one. 5 sets, book it. And we'll see who kind of has that more grit at the end of the day. But
it's gonna be so close. It's gonna I still lean Fonseca mainly because of engine, but I do want to say I've been so impressed with Mensik's ability to serve in big moments.
Even back to Miami Masters run. I mean, Fritz, who else did he play in that run? It was ridiculous.
The guy did not lose a break. He went 8-8. He went 8-0 in breakers that week. I mean, the guy didn't even think about losing a breaker that week. I mean, he served so clutch. What was he? It was 4-all, and obviously got to 5-4. And then what was it? 2 unreturned firsts against Djokovic in that final, in that second tiebreak. I mean, yeah, I want to be wary of that if we get to a tight moment Mensik serving. I just feel like he holds more cards, being able to throw it out wide and land it more often than João does. And his ability to go over the low part of the net down the tee as well. I think João obviously has a better kicker, but I think if we're talking about flat serves, I think Mensik is it's so close. I really do think this could be, 4.5, 5 hours. But yeah.
Yeah. It should be a good one.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
João Fonseca, because I feel like last year, all the hype building up, and we get on his favorite surface. He's now come through 3 extraordinary matches. The first 2 rounds coming from 2 sets down. And today it's Casper Ruud, who arguably could have been, 50-50 favorite with the remaining draw right next to Zverev. And there he is taking down Casper Ruud in 4 sets. What do you make of it?
I mean, this is shaping up to be the most exciting men's slam in a long time. Like, what was it? There's the chart of the, it's of who's won the last slams, and it's, big 3 or Sin Alcaraz, and it's, the last one was Medvedev in 21 was the last time it wasn't Sin Alcaraz or a big 3. So, and we're gonna get it. And Fonseca today, I think what really impressed me was his ability to, I said this, it was actually a year ago, I said this after he lost to Draper last year, that once Fonseca gets the hit out of every situation mentality out of his game and finds his real defensive abilities, then he will become a huge problem for the entire tour. And today, his ability to be not hit through by Casper on big moments was unbelievable. Obviously, very controversial moment at 8-7 in the breaker was called long, and the chair umpire came down and said there was no gap, and then Hawkeye showed it was long, and it was 8-7 Casper. In the tiebreak, that would have taken it. It would have been 1 set all, and then obviously won the next set, and who knows what happens from there. They probably are still playing if that's the case. But for Fonseca, that 4th set was a huge mixture of Fonseca's ability to turn defense into attack and Casper fading as well. But I'm more impressed with Fonseca's engine than anything else. The guy's been playing so much tennis. But yeah.
I think that's where these conversations need to begin with, because even last year, even this year, going into it, fitness has been a question for Fonseca. And obviously you can't replicate a Grand Slam, right? You can't replicate anything above 3.5 hours in a best of 3 match. So that's the first thing that I think about. I mean, he's now been on court for almost 14 hours, 13, 14 hours. So that's super impressive. And he's going up today against an opponent who had just come from a 5-setter. So not that it's equal playing field, but both of them are coming into this match fatigue, knowing that once you get into that 2-hour, almost 3-hour time period, it's going to be much more of a talking point, and you're going to see it on court a little bit more. So that's the first thing. Secondly, yes, that is a really controversial point there at 8-7 in the breaker. And I think we could have a longer conversation about it, but I think it's worth the quick conversation. It's like Roland Garros being this last tournament that's going to hold out and be the ones to be the last to change the electric line calling. Someone had to do it. And it turns out it's on clay, which is maybe fitting. But I also read that Roland Garros was the last one to put a roof up. And it's just been a chaotic week in terms of temperature. Facilities is obviously a big talking point because we're having players that are getting injured and having to, retire from matches. And then obviously now you have electronic line calling. And yes, it's difficult with tennis because, right, every point means the same in terms of numbers, but that is such a controversial point. And as you mentioned, it would be one set all, and the match could still be going on. So that's a really big talking point. But you also have to point Casper Ruud was up 5-2 in that breaker and was able to, and let it slip to 5-all. And that's kind of the progression of the situation. But it's really important because I'm not sure if we're going to see electronic line calling at Roland Garros next year, but I think it's definitely going to push the narrative a bit more and maybe put a little bit more pressure on the tournament because I think it was actually 2 points. I don't know if it was back to back.
And
João even went up to the chair umpire and gave the 2. And it's tough. It's tough because we don't see human error a lot in our sport anymore because this is the last place that exists besides the Challenger Tour, besides some women's events. So I think that's a talking point in and of itself. But getting back to the tennis, you have to point to the physical fitness of Fonseca. And I think he just had a little bit more pep in his step. And I think that camp of his is very loud. They bring a lot of energy. And I think the other thing that I would point to is just the forehand for Ruud breaking down a bit, or maybe just not having the precision that it needed to get over that line against Fonseca, especially towards the tail end of the match. So that could be legs, that could be psychological, but you have to credit Fonseca because this is an astounding accomplishment. I think even the previous match is maybe even more impressive, but you put it all together and this is just one heck of a week.
Yeah. I think today I was super impressed with the way that Fonseca was suffocating Ruud off his backhand wing with depth and giving him such little wiggle room. Also on that set point for Fonseca on his actual set point in the second set, his return, unbelievable. It's out wide, skidded off the line. Fonseca isn't in frame, and he puts up a defensive lob of a return, and it lands directly on the baseline, frankly, resetting the point. And then he manages to scramble from off screen to then, hit a huge forehand. And it's just unbelievable. I think that there was last year, what was it? Someone called that Fonseca would make the final here last year. Like, those were a genuine tennis predictions. And now I'm not joking when I say the guy could win it, as in he could genuinely win it. So impressive, especially after the match against Djokovic. The guy I thought was running on empty, clearly not. And that fourth set was superb. The guy likes to hit out when he can use his forehand when he's tired. As in, he wasn't tired today, but when he gets to that point, he has so much more control compared to a year ago, has so much more control on the ball and variety. I think his slice also is a lot better than what it was. And the serve, he's now serving 130 easily. I think I don't know what that is in American, 210, something like that. I think all credit Fonseca. For Ruud, this was the one that got away.
Yeah, a few things. Let's stick on Fonseca for just a minute more or so. But yeah, starts with the return. The producer pointed out. That's the kind of Achilles heel for Fonseca, especially going up against these big servers. But Clay, obviously, you got a better look at it. And I feel like throughout the tournament, a lot of players have just found ways to come up with big serving at big moments. Even Ruud against Tommy Paul, he's facing 15-40, down 2 sets to love, 2 match points. And I think he was able to win 1 point off the ground, but then it was, 3 big serves. And you even think about Fonseca serving out the match against Djokovic, 3 straight aces. So I think I'm not like discrediting Ruud's serve by any means, but obviously that the kicker is going to be more of a consistent theme throughout the match. But his return was great, and you also mentioned it, getting out of defensive positions much better. And hey, maybe matches against Alcaraz and Sinner can help boast that a bit. But yeah, his ability to use the defensive slice, use variety, get himself back in the point, and then, man, I mean, once the forehand is firing and it's free, it's very scary as an opponent, because one, you can't really lean either way. You almost have to guess, and you don't kind of know what's going on. I also think, like, we can talk about his full game, but the backhand is still so underrated, or just not talked about enough, or people just don't focus on it enough, because that is so clean. I think even in that Djokovic match, his big backhand was able to open up some defensive drop, or some backhand slice drop shots. And I think that's also just very underrated for Fonseca, but that's only because his forehand blows you off the court, and it blows everyone off the couch, because you're like, wow, this guy really can pack a punch. So we're really seeing that all court game come together. And today is just like a totally different day and totally different conditions than it was 2 days ago and 4 days ago when he played previously. So I think that adjustment is really important for both these players. I think it favors Fonseca just because he can hit through the court a little bit more with that natural raw power. But yeah, for Ruud, it's a tough one to swallow, right? I think for the whole family as well, because he played himself into form, made an amazing comeback for Tommy Paul when we were kind of getting ready to be on the edge of our seats for a 10-point tiebreak against Tommy Paul. And that was very much 50-50 for me. I wasn't necessarily convinced either way. I thought Tommy Paul played a great match. Tough way to lose it. But you put it all together, and he's really played quite a complete kind of game of tennis throughout the last 13, 14 hours, as I mentioned. So he set himself up for really a good opportunity, and he's going to be taking on a fellow next gen opponent in Jakub Mensik, which is just it's amazing, first of all. But I also want to point out to you, as you mentioned, just the ability to play free due to the lack of experience. And look, we're not in their minds, because there's always that funny thing: is there something to lose? Is there nothing to lose? But these guys, man, they let's not lie, they're both top 30 players, and obviously their seeding is right next to each other. But they've played in some big level matches now. Jakub Mensik winning Miami Masters title, Fonseca picking up a few titles, now playing, the top 2. So these guys, they're both 19, 20 years old.
Yeah.
Or maybe they're both 20, but
no,
it feels like they've already had a lot of experience in their 2.5 years on tour.
Yeah. I mean, Mensik's 20 now. Fonseca's still 19. I mean, this is such a close match, and it's one that screams a slam final at some point in the next 10 years.
For
right?
sure.
And we'll get to Mensik's match in a minute. But this matchup specifically, I just want the last thing on Fonseca.
Sure thing.
His touch at the net today was superb compared to what it has been, or what I've seen. Some of the hard volley pickups were unbelievable. I think it was 6-all in the breaker, and he 7 volleys with a kicker out wide. Ruud with a great return, super low over the net, and Fonseca somehow pulls out some sort of wizardry at the net and pulls it off, and makes it very tricky for Ruud to do anything with it. Ruud attempts to lob, but it smash put away. Just the pressure of the moment to pull out that volley was so impressive. That's something that he did multiple times today. But Fonseca, Mensik, now they've played once before in next gen finals in 24. Who's got more in the tank? I guess. I think I lean Fonseca mainly because I think Mensik went 5 today. Fonseca went 4. Mensik also had that like crazy match versus Navone. This is such an interesting matchup. I think Mensik has the get out of jail free card with the serve. I think Mensik serves better than Fonseca does, and I think the backhand is steadier from the Czech than it is the Brazilian, but obviously Fonseca has that raw power. I would also say Fonseca's a better mover than Mensik is, although Mensik does move well for a guy of 6'5". I mean, this has been one of the most enjoyable tournaments in a long time, and I'm gonna say it's going 5 again. I'll go Fonseca in 5, mainly because I just think that Fonseca has more to give in that moment. He feeds off the crowd, and he feeds off that energy from his box, and he gets a lot of it, and I mean a lot of it. But Mensik is unbelievable talent as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's so difficult to call because both are just so physically spent. For Mensik, really impressive performance against Alex de Minaur, and I think that's like one where you kind of exert yourself and put yourself out there, because ADM is one of those guys that'll kill you if you kind of don't know how to handle a situation, especially losing that first set 6-love. But Mensik took it to ADM, and that's what you have to do because you don't want to be chasing balls around all day. So that was like a really big match for me, honestly, to see him thrive and get it done in 4 sets after dropping that first. That was impressive. And then today, just kind of that feeling where you're like, how much does he have left in the tank? Rublev kind of flipping the match on its head, and you go into that 5th set, and he just found that second, third win, whatever you want to call it, and was able to power through. You also pointed out the serve. Of course, we tipped that to Mensik. I mean, he's a top 5 server. There's no questions asked. If I'm Rublev, I'm maybe shading a little bit more to that wide serve on the ad court, because that's where he went on both of his break points. And obviously you want to avoid the Rublev forehand. So that was interesting to me, a little cat and mouse game, especially because it came to a second break point, and that would have been kind of interesting there. But I think both players, you could say, oh, they're rolling, right? So many things have gone their way, and they've come through big matches, and I think it's a very 50-50 match. I just think there's a little bit more to fear if you're Mensik, just because of the Fonseca firepower. And he's also playing someone that, as you mentioned, I mean, even the net play, that was a really good point that I didn't even bring up when you think about the all-court game. But the net play, the drop shots, because you come from a guy playing Rublev who's just dictating from the baseline, trying to overpower you. So I think there's a lot of variety there, and I think getting Mensik on the run is going to be beneficial, but also I think playing with more variety and different kind of heights and pace to that Mensik forehand. But let's be honest, like, you don't get to the Roland Garros quarterfinals. It's not like his forehand is bad, right? There's obviously some technical deficiencies there, but the guy is still punking it. He's finding a way out of trouble. And the backhand, once again, I still put it top 3. I think he's third behind Zverev and Djokovic, and I stand by that. So it's really difficult. There's really not somewhere you want to avoid, because I think he deflects pace really well off the forehand wing. And as you mentioned, just a horizontal movement for a guy 6'5", 6'6". It's insane. So I think we're in for a good one. 5 sets, book it. And we'll see who kind of has that more grit at the end of the day. But
it's gonna be so close. It's gonna I still lean Fonseca mainly because of engine, but I do want to say I've been so impressed with Mensik's ability to serve in big moments.
Even back to Miami Masters run. I mean,
Fritz.
Who else did he play in that run? It was ridiculous.
The guy did not lose a break. He went 8-8. He went 8-0 in breakers that week. I mean, the guy didn't even think about losing a breaker that week. I mean, he served so clutch. What was he? It was 4-all. And obviously got to 5-4, and then what was it, 2 unreturned firsts against Djokovic in that final in that second tiebreak. I mean, yeah, I want to be wary of that. If we get to a tight moment, Mensik serving, I just feel like he holds more cards, being able to throw it out wide and land it more often than João does. And his ability to go over the low part of the net down the tee as well. I think João obviously has a better kicker, but I think if we're talking about flat serves, I think Mensik is it's so close. I really do think this could be 4.5, 5 hours, but yeah.
It should be a good one.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
Il reste épisodiquement 209 semaines. Il avait remporté son premier tournoi à Sopot en 2004. Il en a remporté 90 autres depuis, dont 21 en Grand Chelem. 2 à l'Open d'Australie, 2 à Wimbledon, 4 à l'US Open et Roland Garros, bien sûr, en 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, 2010, 2011.
Ready. Play.
Yes, that is a really controversial point there at 8-7 in the breaker. And I think we could have a longer conversation about it, but I think it's worth the quick conversation. It's like Roland Garros being this last tournament that's going to hold out and be the ones to be the last to change the electric line calling. Someone had to do it. And it turns out it's on clay, which is maybe fitting, but I also read that Roland Garros was the last one to put a roof up. And it's just been a chaotic week in terms of temperature. Facilities is obviously a big talking point because we're having players that are getting injured and having to, retire from matches. And then obviously now you have electronic line calling. And yes, it's difficult with tennis because, right, every point means the same in terms of numbers, but that is such a controversial point. And as you mentioned, it would be one set all. And the match could still be going on. So that's a really big talking point. But you also have to point Casper Ruud was up 5-2 in that breaker and was able to, and let it slip to 5-all. And that's kind of the progression of the situation. But it's really important because I'm not sure if we're going to see electronic line calling at Roland Garros next year, but I think it's definitely going to push the narrative a bit more and maybe put a little bit more pressure on the tournament because I think it was actually 2 points. I don't know if it was back to back.
And
João even went up to the chair umpire and gave the 2. And it's tough. It's tough because we don't see human error a lot in our sport anymore because this is the last place that exists besides the Challenger Tour, besides some women's events. So I think that's a talking point in and of itself. But getting back to the tennis, you have to point to the physical fitness of Fonseca. And I think he just had a little bit more pep in his step. And I think that camp of his is very loud. They bring a lot of energy. And I think the other thing that I would point to is just the forehand for Ruud breaking down a bit, or maybe just not having the precision that it needed to get over that line against Fonseca, especially towards the tail end of the match. So that could be legs, that could be psychological, but you have to credit Fonseca because this is an astounding accomplishment.
If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.
My name is Clara Towson, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
I am Francisca Jorge, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Susan Leemans, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom. Yeah.
My name is Zainab Sammaz, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hey guys, my name is Sasha Vickery, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Harris, and I'm a friend of the show.
Perfect.
Hi, my name is Jakub, and I'm a friend of the show.
Boom.
Yes.
Take one. Well done.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Paolini, and I'm a friend of the show.
Wow, Jasmine, you got it in one time.
Ready? Play.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm just going to turn the light off behind me. Jake was wondering where I was. Well, I'm here. Just finishing my dinner, and I'm also going to share the score with you on the screen as Jakub Mensik and João Fonseca get ready to start. João Fonseca is actually going to be serving first. Those of you just tuning in, do hit that like button. And of course, if you are new to the channel, hit subscribe. Oh, Molchan winning today in Czech Republic. That forehand from Mensik is going to be interesting today. There's a shot mentioned in the preview. $15 love here for Fonseca. Oh, 30 love. Good to see the French Open scoreboard not updating. Okay, here we go. 30 love, João Fonseca. Just excuse me while I finish my dinner. There's that forehand from Fonseca. And it's done the damage. And that won't be the last time today. The forehand has done its job. And Fonseca holds with an ace down the tee. A hole to love as well. Both, I guess, don't have the strongest returns in the world. Interesting that the Mensik backhand has only got a 7.3 score here. I think it's much better than that. Also, maybe overestimating the Mensik movement. I've heard comments about Fonseca's movement on clay. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure. Maybe I'll make my mind up in the next couple of hours. Right. You'll be pleased to know. Oh, nice drop shot there from Jakub. So, all the points so far have been won on serve. $15 love for Mensik here. It's a nice block return there from João. Be interesting to see how this pans out if we go 4 or 5 and what kind of condition these two players will be in. Definitely João was in better condition than Casper the other day, and I think it had a huge bearing on the result. Ooh, there's the Mensik forehand. Not doing what it should be doing. Maybe had too much time there to even think about it. 15-30. If there was an award or otherwise for temperament. Okay, Ghosty. Then not the ideal start for Jakub. Ah, there you go. Ace down the tee. Despite the weather, which I think is similar in Paris in terms of the rain and clouds, I will add that it's still very warm and muggy. So I think humidity might play a role in this match. Ah, there's a nice serve out wide. That's 2 aces for Mensik already. From just 5 serves. So 2 of his 3 points have come as a result of aces. Okay, second serve here for Fonseca to look at. There's some good news for the Brazilian. 5 minutes on the clock. Okay, backhand return is not bad. That backhand sort of lofted ball there. Jakub comes into the net, but it's not necessary. He's held to 30 after Fonseca nets. And it is 1 game all. Let me know in the live chat where you are tuning in from. Talvez estáis no Brasil. Maybe you are in Brazil. Also, who do you favour to get the win today? Okay, second serve here. Mensik, decent return. It's not a bad backhand cross court though from João. Ooh, and he's going to put his backhand into the net. So love 15. Six minutes now on the clock in a fairly humid Philippe-Chatrier. I saw some people complaining earlier about water leaks on the 30 million euro roof. Hey, Matthew. Not seen Guga yet, but he might be. Ooh, just long there on the backhand. Fonseca. So love 30. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I did see that, to be fair. Yeah, something to keep an eye on, I guess. At the moment, not much more. Good serve down the tee there from João. And the forehand does the damage. No doubting who has the better forehand today. Forehand to forehand at the moment. João creating an angle there, but defended by Mensik. Mensik still defending. Now it's a smash for João. Not the easiest smash, but he does it well. 30 all. Hello, Jake. That's the parents of Jakub Mensik we're looking at there. Good serve out wide there from João, and he's very happy with that one. 40-30. Maybe João. But I think a lot of the guys were right in terms of physicality. Good forehand cross court there that Mensik can't deal with. And from love 30 down, it's a good hold for João. 2-1. What about you, Jake? What's your feeling for this one? Should we have a quick look on Twitter to see if anything crazy is going down? What do we think about Serena Williams' return to the tennis court? Okay, Mensik here serving at love 15. $15 all. That's a good serve there from Mensik to get to 30-15. Okay. Yeah. I think it'll be less than Wozniacki's comeback, as in, like, wasn't Wozniacki on the tour for maybe 18 months or so? I would expect Serena to be more like 6 months, maybe less. Just Wimbledon, US Open stretch. Okay, forehand to forehand right now. Mensik understandably keen to get it backhand to backhand. Although that backhand for Mensik is going to float long, so 40-30. Indeed, Matthew, indeed. Yeah, I think so. I think she's reaping the rewards. Okay, block return there from João. Now Mensik comes into the net and should have won the point from there, but good little backhand up the line there from Fonseca to get us to deuce. There's certainly something a little bit more aggressive about her game. I think she's confident as well. She's trusting herself a lot more. I've leaned for her against Kostyuk, but honestly, you could make a case for both players. Ooh, maybe Fonseca will regret that because maybe he lost a bit of balance there, but I thought he was going to keep the rally going off that smash. somebody there with black hair behind Mensik's team or in amongst Mensik's team with their eyes firmly closed. I'm guessing that they are maybe a relation of Jakub's or maybe a partner. Anyway, here's a game point here. There's that Fonseca more aggressive return than I think we've seen for a while. And it's a forehand that lets Mensik down, so we're at deuce. Okay. Game point once again for Mensik. The serve forcing João out wide and then a nice little volley at the net from Mensik there. Yeah, although that last volley, Jake, come on. You've got to be putting that one away, right? I think even Ghosty puts that away. Okay, another game point here for Jakub. We've not had a break point yet for either player, I don't think, actually. Maybe the most jeopardy for Mensik has been this game compared to his previous one. Whereas for João, it's his second service game when he went love 30 down, but then won 4 points in a row. Big second serve there from Jakub, wanting to get this game done, I'm sure. Is he going to do it with this forehand? I think he thought about coming into the net there. Maybe he's been listening to Jake a bit. And João maybe losing a bit of patience there with that forehand cross court. 2-all. Yeah, there's one or two uneasy looking people in that box. Yeah, Janice Chen getting a 3-set, was it 3-set win today over Hibino? Ooh, Vanch is tipping a win for Maya tomorrow over Kalinskaya. Okay, love 15 here on the Fonseca serve. João on top of this rally, and he puts that forehand away. In terms of the roof being closed, I'm assuming it's closed because they are anticipating rain rather than, because I think at the moment it is dry. Yeah, there or thereabouts, Jake. I wonder if Artur is also thinking, oh, if only I could have been fit for this tournament. Now it's João at the net, but Mensik is going to get there and put that away. Nice one, Jakub. 15-30. But, Jake, the straightforward nature of the Zverev wins, because he had such a comfortable draw, and even today, playing Hodar in the quarters, I think you would favor that over many options. João, they're missing that forehand, so we're going to have a couple of break points here on the Fonseca serve. I wonder if Zverev would rather face Fonseca than Mensik. He played Fonseca on the clay in Monte Carlo, and I think it was a 3-setter just a few weeks ago. It's a nice forehand up the line there from João, and Mensik gets to the ball but can't get it back over the net. So 30-40. So still a break point here for Mensik. Oh, Fonseca misses the forehand. So we have got the first break of serve, and it's for Jakub Mensik. Didn't have to go quite that close to the line, I don't think. But anyway, easy to be clever after the event. 21 minutes on the clock. Mensik leads 3-2 with a break. And we will also take a quick break ourselves.
Ready. Play.
And if you're wondering what this little thing is, well, let me tell you now, whether it be tea, coffee, or merely water, it tastes so much better from a talking tennis mug. And you know what? They can be yours if you wish to purchase one from our website. We've also got bags and stickers and hoodies and notebooks. Mira Andreeva. T-shirts as well, of course, coming in both black and white. And we've got a classic jumper for you as well, and many, many other things for you to purchase for excellent prices, so you can look like some of the coolest people on the tour. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. All things tennis indeed. Tea time, ladies and gentlemen. Tea time. I've got the kettle on. Got my Manchester United mug. Do check out our sister channel, Talking United, for all things Manchester United. Okay, Fonseca goes long, and it's 15-love. all. Mensik here at the net with a smash, and he puts it away. Hearing those compliments from Jake ringing in his ears. All right, my tea has been boiled, or the water's boiled. By the way, do stay with us at the end of the match because we're going to have Mert Atunga join us to give us a quick breakdown on proceedings and also look forward to the semi-final between Alexander Zverev and the winner of this match. I mean, this is all ifs, buts, and maybes. I subscribe to a certain extent the narrative about Zverev and choking, okay? But let's not forget, 2 of those matches were against Carlos Alcaraz, right? I think it's kind of equal in terms of this. I think both are just... I saw Mensik chase down a drop shot. I think he won the point in the end, but he was blowing at the end of it. And I did wonder if there was something going on there. But I think it's too early, really, to say too much. I do think it'll be interesting. Probably both players are feeling and thinking this first set is so important. Oh, look at that drop shot. Nice. Love 15. $15 after Monfils. Monfils. I'm reading something about Monfils right now. After Mensik nets. Okay, 30-15. There's Google Curtain. Okay, 30-all here. Double break deficit. Don't feel like a long way back for João. Well, I think he should be on the watch along tomorrow for Berrettini Arnaldi. Drop shot here, but João should get there, but he doesn't do enough with that. And we're going to have another break point for Jakub Mensik. I say another break point, a first break point of this game, but of course he's already broken the João serve. This will be back-to-back breaks for him from 2-1 down. Oh, actually, he was 1-all, so I should say. Oh, actually, 2-all. Anyway, potentially a third game in a row for Mensik. Good +1 there for Fonseca. Yeah, a little bit of, and this is not me being intentionally diplomatic because if I had a strong feeling either way, I think it's overblown, but I also think it's there. Tony Nadal certainly thinks it's there as well. And he's winning this tournament not because of him. He's winning it because the gap between him and his opponents is so big that even if he's not quite there mentally or whatever, and of course the physical gap between him and the rest of the field right now is so big that it doesn't matter. Yeah, could be. Good hold there for João Fonseca. For Daz here. Who do I think will win? Well, pre-match I went for Fonseca, and that's not looking that clever right now, but when I went with Fonseca, it wasn't with any great conviction. Okay. So 4-3 Mensik. Honestly, it hasn't electrified me. And I do think that perhaps we might see some issues with the quality of tennis in the next day or two from those players that really are struggling physically. I'm looking at you, Berrettini. I'm looking at you, Arnaldi. Who else has had some epic matches? Basically everyone except for Kaboli and Zverev. I've gone for Berrettini to beat Arnaldi, but again, not with any great... The only matches I'm very confidently predicting are the Kaboli and the Zverev matches in the last couple of days. From the minute the Fonseca-Ruud match began, I could see that there was a physical gap, and that ended up manifesting itself pretty clearly, I think, come the end of the match. Oh, a little net cord here. Cheeky little net cord in favor of Mensik, but he doesn't take advantage of it because he puts a backhand into the net, and we are at love 15. Pepsi Artois. I've got the apartment to myself as well. Yuki the dog is not here today, but I got a cup of tea on the go. Got my tea and tonic. Good serve there from Mensik. How's this drive volley? Pretty good as well. And that volley at the net. And don't go praising him for that volley at the net, Jake, because that was a piece of something, volley in terms of... Honestly, you could have put Ghosty in a wheelchair and blindfolded him, and he still would have put that away. Net points won there, though, 5-2. Yeah. Tim Henman once said that Federer had average volleys. Oh, that's a nice forehand from João. But we're still into the rally here as they push each other from side to side. If João can dictate like this, then I think things will be looking good for him. But he's got to stay patient. That's nice from João. That's really nice. But he's going to have a tricky smash from the back of the court. Oh, well done from Mensik here, hanging in the rally. The rally continues, and it's going to end with a forehand error from João Fonseca. On the stretch, 30-15. Make sure you hit that like button, people. And if you haven't already done so, please do hit subscribe. There's Mensik's parents there. Something very endearing about his parents, I will say that. It's an ace there, by the way, to get to 40-15, and an unreturned serve, and he's held 5-3. That rally at 15 all was very significant, given how Mensik was down in that rally. I thought João did okay with that smash. It wasn't the easiest of smashes from the baseline. And really what you want to do is get it in, stay up in the rally. I think he did just about both of those two things. But ultimately, Mensik did really well in that rally to ultimately prevail. Fonseca wins the first point on serve here, 15 love. Oh, lovely forehand winner there from João Fonseca. Okay, 40-15 here. Body serve there from Fonseca's dealt with pretty well by Mensik, but he's missed the backhand cross court, and we are going to be at 5-4. When they return to the court, Mensik will be serving for the first set. And we will take a quick break.
Ready. Play.
And if you're wondering what this little thing is, well, let me tell you now, whether it be tea, coffee, or merely water, it tastes so much better from a talking tennis mug. And you know what? They can be yours if you wish to purchase one from our website. We've also got bags and stickers and hoodies and notebooks. Mira Andreeva. T-shirts as well, of course, coming in both black and white. And we've got a classic jumper for you as well, and many, many other things for you to purchase for excellent prices so you can look like some of the coolest people on the tour. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Okay, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Jakub Mensik serving. Do I want to get a Sir Jim t-shirt in the post? No, I don't, Jake. Sorry. Okay, forehand return now. It's on the forehand of Mensik. He thought about coming into the net there, but he didn't. And in the end, he's going to win the point anyway. Funny bounce, I think. Fonseca lamenting that bounce right now. When does the World Cup start? 11th of June, so 9 days from now, okay. Mexico, South Africa. Okay, Fonseca here. Forehand lets him down, goes into the net. So 30 love, Jakub Mensik. Joachim Mishisti, can you hit the like button, please? And if you haven't already done so, click subscribe. We'll be at 31,000 before you can say Ozan was wrong. Oh, forehand from Mensik goes into the net. Oh, wow. How did that land in? Wow. Jakub, Mensik, and João Fonseca take a bow for that rally. Ultimately, it's Mensik who wins it. Two set points. Ah, it's Confades from Twitch. Make sure you hit subscribe on our channel, Confades. Oh, loose backhand there from Mensik. "41 minutes on the clock. Jakub would be desperate to get this done. This first set. Could serve down the tee. Fonseca gets it back in. Lovely drive volley winner there from Jakub Mensik to win the first set by 6-4. I'm going to put my tea bag in the rubbish bin. And reflect on that first set, which the Czech has won over the Brazilian by 6-4. Not much in it. One thing that João might be a little bit disappointed in is that he hasn't made a bit more of an impression on the Jakub Mensik serve. I think the quality hasn't quite been there from either player, understandably, given the epic encounters that they have had. Mensik had a 5-set win over Novak and Rublev en route to this round, whereas we had 5-set wins against Djokovic and Prismic for Fonseca, didn't we? And then a 4-set win over Casper Ruud. Yeah, could be 1%, Matthew. Could be 1%. Okay, aces in that first set. There were 4 from Jakub Mensik. I think 2 came in one game, actually. Maybe his opening service game. There was a love 30 service game that Jakub had that he got out of. By the way, both of them getting good percentages in terms of first serves in, well over 70%. So good news there in that respect. But fine margins between the two. But I don't think this match has quite caught a light in the way that we hoped it would. And I do think their physical matches in previous rounds has contributed in that. And that was a huge set as well. Because now, if Fonseca's going to win this match, he's going to have to do it in 4 sets and 3.5 hours. Right? All right, Jake. Yeah, I mean, I backed Fonseca at the beginning. I don't think there's a huge difference at the moment. It's not like the Ruud Fonseca match where it was like, oh, I can see a huge difference in terms of where the two players are at physically. But there is a weariness, certainly to João in the face. 9:15 like local time. Do join me tomorrow. I'll be doing the first 3 watch-alongs of the day. The 2 women's matches, and then the first men's quarterfinal between Caboli and Felix. Wow, there's something about the smashes that Lovely drop shot there. There was a smash from Fonseca, good-ish. There's Gugu Curtin again, the Brazilian. I'm going to say he's the only Brazilian to have won the French Open. Am I right with that? Okay, backhand here for Fonseca into the forehand of Mensik, which is going to go long. 30 love. $40 love now for Fonseca here. Okay. Good serve out wide there. And Fonseca holds to love. Yeah, so I'll be on the call for Diana Schneider against Arina Sabalenka and Kalinskaya against Maya. Mensik is serving at love 1. $15 love. Vanch certainly thinks the roof being closed is helpful for Mensik. Oh, lovely forehand there from nice flat out forehand there from Fonseca for 15 all. $30-15. I think I've already answered this one, Jake, right? We've got 5 streams tomorrow, and I'm doing 4 of them. And Valdez should be on the call for the last one. the Arnaldi Berrettini match. I'll be on the other 4. Oh, talking of which, when is Iala scheduled to play? To be decided. Okay, so maybe she's playing the day after. One game all. Yeah, maybe Iala will play Thursday then. Just looking at the schedule for tomorrow. Tatiana Maria against Fruhvirtova, which is a round 1 clash. Okay, Fonseca here serving at 15 love. Indeed, yeah. Oh, a mishit return there. Completely shanked from Jakub Mensik. And it's 30 love. Drop shot here is Fonseca. No, he's not going to need to get to it. It's 40 love. Okay, 3 game points here for João to get to 2-1. And in 2-1, indeed, he gets there. Backhand return from Mensik was okay, but the next backhand from him wasn't. And so it's 2-1, João Fonseca. Just 1 break of serve so far in this entire match. And it came from Mensik. Mensik also had a chance to go up a double break. Didn't take it, but it didn't matter. Jake just wants to see some more flame-throwing forehands from the Fons. Yeah, so tomorrow, Talking Tennis, please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel if you haven't done so already, because tomorrow we have a bunch of shows for you. Starting in the morning with Kalinskaya against Klarinska, followed by Sabalenka Schneider, Auger Aliassime Kaboli. I think we should be covering every single French Open match for the rest of the tournament. I think we're going to have Nick and Carson on the women's final on Saturday. I think I'll be doing the men's final on Sunday. So plenty of watch-alongs to come. Plenty of videos, as you can see as well, in the vault. Do check out some of our previews, including the Sabalenka, Schneider, Kalinskaya, Klarinska semi-final predictions. Plenty out there for you to chew on. Okay, let's get this score back up for you. And we have Mensik serving, and it's love 15. Can Fonseca get his first break point on the Mensik serve? Good depth there from Fonseca. And that forehand's going to go out. So we've had a love 30 before on the Mensik serve, and now we have a love 30 again. Let me know in the live chat, what did you have for dinner? Because I had pasta with salmon. Good serve down the tee. Now it's a forehand, which is really good. And we nearly got a chance to see Mensik's prowess at the net, but he didn't need to show it off. So yeah, Guga Curtin, he won the French Open in 97, 2000, and 2001, right? 15:30 here. Not even an hour yet done, and we're already approaching the halfway mark of the second set. Okay, going to be a smash here for Mensik. And another one. Look at that net play from Jakub Mensik, Jake. That would have made Tim Henman proud. 30 all. Do let me know in the live chat where you're tuning in from. Good serve there for Mensik to make it 40-30. Game point here. Oh, and he's got an ace. So again, from love 30 down, just like one of his games in the first set, Mensik gets out of jail and with a couple of big serves there and a couple of aces to get to 2 all. Still not quite reached the hour mark, 57 minutes, and it's 2 all in the second set. Google Curtin there looking a little glum. Backhand return into the forehand of Fonseca. Now it's on the forehand of Mensik, which breaks down 15 love. You'd imagine that both players want a particular dynamic, and Fonseca it's forehand to forehand, and Mensik probably backhand to backhand. Although I do think that Fonseca's backhand is not really a weakness. It's almost like the serving dynamic. I do favor Mensik over Fonseca, but Fonseca's serve is still extremely good. And that forehand as well has landed in, I think, much to the surprise and chagrin of Jakub Mensik. Kind of looped up and just clipped the line as it bounced down. Oh, look at that forehand winner from João Fonseca, +1. Wow. Wham, bam, thank you, man. 40 love. 3 game points for the Brazilian. Ten forehand winners for Fonseca. Actually, surprisingly close graphic. 10-9 in the Brazilian's favour. First serve clips the net. Check out the pinned comment in the live chat. It's about how to become a member. It's a double fault there from Fonseca. I think that might be his first of the match for 40-15. Yeah, pinned in the live chat. Click on that. Join the channel. Become a member. Get access to bonus footage and all sorts of other goodies. And yeah, you'll be can also help the channel just from $2 or €2 per month. Good for turn there. Drop shot here from Fonseca is not going to make it, so it's 40-30. So reasonably comfortable looking service game has now got some doubt on it. Let me know in the live chat as well where you are tuning in from. Maybe talvez no Brasil. talvez no Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo, Belo Horizonte. Okay, body serve here from Fonseca. Forehand now from João into the forehand of Mensik. Again, that forehand to forehand combination, but obviously Mensik keen to change direction there, and Fonseca goes long, so we are at deuce. 3 points in a row for Mensik. And suddenly, Fonseca, who had loved 30 on Mensik's serve just a moment ago, now has some pressure on his own. He's at deuce. Look at this, by the way. Estoril Open hat. Good serve down the tee there. Fonseca now on the forehand into the backhand of... Now he's on the forehand of each player, but that's a good forehand. Oh, what about that forehand player? But well done, Mensik here on the stretch. The rally continues. And that forehand is being negated by the clay and also the movement of Mensik. What a point, Jakub Mensik. Take a bow. Wow. Fonseca there looking pretty distraught as that ball just curled past him. Okay, break point now. Oh, and João has missed the first serve. You have missed just an epic point now, Jake. Good body serve there from João. Oh, look at that pick up at the net, Jake. From Jakub Mensik, and he gets the break. And we, just like Mensik, will take a break. Hey, thanks for taking the time to, well, you haven't got any choice, actually. I'm just talking at you, if you like. But I'm here also to present to you why I think it's not a bad idea and not that expensive as well if you become a member. And this is how you can do it, and this is what you can gain. So if we look here at the Talking Tennis sort of homepage, if you like, on YouTube, we can see this little button here which says join. It is also pinned in the live chat as well, and you can also, I think, see it just below most of our videos, certainly the live ones and so on. Now, why is it a good idea to join and become a member? Well, in the live chat, you can add little funny things, you can add emojis and all sorts of things, but possibly more importantly, you can get to access some live videos, such as this one here, where we look back on the last sort of few moments from the Billie Jean King Cup. So there are little bonuses such as this one, but there are many, many more. And in fact, if we have a quick look at all of the members only stuff, I repeat, you will see very, very quickly some of the top stuff that we've had for members only over the last 12 months since the channel began. Remember, these videos are for members only. You can become a member from as little as about $2 a month, €2 a month, £2 a month, something like that. There are various different things. Oh, and by the way, you'll also be supporting the channel. So it's a win, 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 win scenario. Let me just show you some of the members only stuff. For example, we've got an exclusive little clip there talking to Laura Siegmund, Laura Tsurenko, her encore interview, some doubles footage there from Monastir, the Germany press conference pre-tournament Billie Jean King Cup, Claire Burrell talking as well to the media in her press conference in Monastir, Storm Hunter and Alicia Parks interview, Rebecca Masarova, her press conference, Coco Goff exclusive for members only, albeit it was in Madrid. But these are just some of the things, some of the interviews and etc. Like Lestien here, a chat with him, Emma Navarro, and so on and so forth. So many little bonus videos available for just €2 a month. So, what are you waiting for? Become a member. Or don't. It's okay. Okay, we're back, people. And Mensik has 3 game points here for 4-2. Okay, 40-15. That pickup from Jakub, not so good. But he does hold. And it's 4-2, people. So Mensik here leading by a set and a break over João Fonseca. Okay, forehand here from Fonseca. Nice double forehand there. Double forehand? You know what I mean. Back-to-back forehands to help Fonseca win the point. Ooh, missed the first serve there, João. Ooh, backhand return hits the post from Mensik and comes back towards him rather than hitting the post and landing in. That would be very funny. Every now and again, you do see that. So 30 love here. Some funny bounces today, I think, people. João defending well. And that backhand from Mensik is going to go out. So 40 love for João Fonseca. And João does hold. Okay. So, Jakub Mensik here, close to a 2-sets-to-love lead. He's not faced a break point yet on his serve. It's a serve that does seem to be getting a bit more purchase, perhaps in the indoor conditions. Okay, 15 love here for Mensik. Yeah, Mensik really has dominated is probably too strong a word, but he has been the better player. And spent more time in attack than João. Forehand to forehand right now. Now it's on the forehand of Fonseca. And that backhand's going to go long for Mensik, so 15 all. But Joao's got to make a move soon, or he's going to find himself 2-sets-to-love down. Oh, good serve down the tee there for Mensik. 30-15. You don't return those. Yeah, Jake, I think you might be right. And in a match of fine margins, maybe it's making the difference. Double fault there for Mensik, so we are at 30 all. Oh, forehand +1 there. Serve +1 on the forehand side. Fonseca's kind of annoyed with how he returned that one. His instinct was to sort of be cautious with that return, I guess. Or maybe he just reacted a bit slowly. Yeah. Oh, he's managing the Fonseca. Fonseca, by the way, Mensik is held. He's managing the Fonseca forehand very well. On the stretch, making João hit another ball. Yeah. As Fergus said said yesterday, for a big guy, he moves pretty well. Dare I say, Peter Crouch-esque. Agreed. I've seen the Mensik forehand break down a bit, but he's hit almost as many winners off that side as João. And then also, the João forehand is not... maybe there's a bit less pace on it today for one reason or another. And maybe as a result, Mensik is able to defend it a little bit better, but he's also very good on the stretch. Not just being on the stretch and just getting it back in play, but hitting pretty decent shots with his legs akimbo. Now it's a bit dangerous because it's Fonseca, of course, serving to stay in the second set. And he has double faulted there, 15 all. He's served out to the forehand there, though, and it's 30-15. Good serve out wide, but Mensik has dealt with that pretty well. Now he's on the forehand. Oh, Mensik! What a pickup! He's now asking probably himself, why did I go to the backhand on that serve? But still, what a pickup this is. There you go. That's what happens when you serve to the forehand, João. He was always going to go to the forehand there, and Jakub telegraphed it. Now Jakub comes into the net again, but he doesn't have to deal with this. And I think his presence at the net maybe unnerved Fonseca a bit. Okay. Backhand to backhand right now. Now it's on the forehand of Mensik into the forehand of... Okay, and of course, if they go forehand to forehand and they're both patient, especially if Fonseca is patient, then normally it'll be the Mensik forehand that breaks down first. Backhand return. It's going to land in. Wow. It's going to be lofted up. This is also going to land in, but it's going to be a fairly easy smash for João. And I think he's hit it out. And he shakes his head. Because he also hit it out in an inexplicable way, in that he hit it out into the tram lines. So normally when you see those smashes and they go out, they go long, right? Because they've mistimed the smash. Actually, he executed the smash pretty much fine, but it's probably a bit too casual. And he's annoyed with himself there. It could be, when I say casual, it could also just be mental fatigue as well. from obviously what's been a pretty grueling 9 days or so. Mind you, just think where we were 9 days ago. Is that going to land in? Are we going to get a set point here for Mensik? We are. Think about where we were 9 days ago with João. When he pulls out a hamburger and you're thinking, oh dear, where's he at? You know, he didn't make any great impressions in Munich or Rome, I don't think. Munich, he loses to Shelton, doesn't he? Rome, you're going to have to remind me who he lost to there. Anyway, set point here, Jakub Mensik for 2 sets to love lead. Oh, he's made that forehand. Ooh, that was close to the line. Deuce. Yeah, could be, and that might be aiding Mensik in terms of defending the João forehand. But on top of that, I think the ball is still flying through the air at a decent pace because the Mensik serve may be aided a little, just a little bit, by the roof being closed. But it's certainly helping him defend the forehand. Good serve into the body there. Of course, the winner of this will be playing Alexander Zverev. Zverev winning his match today, including a tie break. That means he's 21-1 in tie breaks at Roland Garros. Incredible record, that. Okay, Fonseca on the run here. Fonseca on the run. But now we're back to neutral. Well done, João. Stick on the forehand, you think. But that's a nice forehand there from Mensik. And now we're on the backhand and Mensik flying backhand. Now a drop shot. But Joao's going to get there, but he doesn't re-drop it successfully. So deuce. Okay, second serve. Oh, double fault from Fonseca. So another set point here, second one for Jakub Mensik. Good serve down the tee there from Fonseca. Fonseca at the net. What's he doing with his volley? Enough, enough, enough. Enough, enough, enough. What are you doing there, João? I think mental fatigue as much as physical fatigue is affecting his decision-making as well. Anyway, hats off to Jakub Mensik. In 1 hour and 23 minutes, he leads by 2 sets to love. And we will take a quick break.
Ready. Play.
And if you're wondering what this little thing is, well, let me tell you now, whether it be tea, coffee, or merely water, it tastes so much better from a talking tennis mug. And you know what? They can be yours if you wish to purchase one from our website. We've also got bags and stickers and hoodies and notebooks. Mira Andreeva. T-shirts as well, of course, coming in both black and white. And we've got a classic jumper for you as well, and many, many other things for you to purchase for excellent prices so you can look like some of the coolest people on the tour. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis. Okay. Coming up on the channel tomorrow, we will have watch-alongs for Felix Auger-Aliassime and Flavio Cobolli. We'll also begin the day with Kalinskaya against Klarinska and Sabalenka against Schneider. We'll follow that. Yeah, let's get the right screen up for you. So yeah, Kalinskaya, Klarinska will be first up. Then we'll also have Alexialo against Chadieva if it happens tomorrow. I'm thinking now it's more likely to be Wednesday. That's what I'm thinking, but I could be wrong on that one. Yeah, I think Tatiana Maria's round of 32 match tomorrow. Inglis as well is her round of 32 tomorrow. We'll see. Back to the French Open and our watch-alongs for tomorrow. We will also have, Felix against Cobolli, as I said, and we'll also finish the day with Arnaldi against Berrettini. Live on the channel. I'm just seeing the match point from Zverev earlier against Hodar, and it was a wild winner against the Spaniard. So, can João Fonseca mount a 2-sets-to-love comeback just like he did he's done it twice already in this tournament against Novak Djokovic and, of course, against Dino Prismic. He's recovered from 2-set deficits. He has had a break, Fonseca, but he's returning to the court right now. He's had a break at the end of this set, but he's actually not broken the Mensik serve, whilst his serve has been broken 3 times today. From 1 set down, I thought it was a tall order. From 2 sets down, bearing in mind where he's at physically, I'm also thinking Mensik too. Both players really need a straight sets win. I think to have some interesting semis, I think perhaps we need some straight sets wins for some of these guys. And the way this is panning out, it's how it's looking. Unless somehow Fonseca can squeeze out this set, and then we see Mensik start to wilt. We might see that. But for now, Mensik looks okay. One thing I will say about Mensik in his previous match was that he was fine in that 5th set. I expected him to wilt against Rublev, and I think maybe in sets 3 and 4 he did to some extent. But he regrouped, and in set 5 he was fresh again, which was obviously very different to how he ended the match against Navoni when he won in 5 sets earlier in the tournament. Cool, what a forehand winner that is from Fonseca. 15 all. Oh, double fault. 15-30. Fonseca's mother nods her head. He's had, he's got to love 30 a couple of times on the Mensik serve. I don't think he's had a break point yet, right? Good serve out wide there for Mensik. He's going to put this smash away, surely. Fonseca makes him hit another one. Does he know this is going to land out? 30 all. Quite a return from Fonseca. Not seen that often enough today. Rally. Oh, but he's missed the backhand up the line. 40-30. Again, getting to a position where we think break points might be incoming, but no. Mensik snuffs it out. Now, mind you, we're at juice now. Block return there from Fonseca. Now it's on the backhand. Mensik on top of this point and on top of the net. He's got the volley there. Fonseca's going to come back with a lob. That's going to land in. Fonseca now has the break point, finally, on the Mensik serve. Did really well to chase down that drop volley. It was a good, really, drop volley there. And then he did really well to just loft it over Jakub's head. And it helped him win the point. So, break point, his first one of the match. Mensik's had 6 break points on the Fonseca. Oh, but it's going to be a good serve out wide. And it's going to do the damage because Fonseca got his racket on it but couldn't get it back in play. He needed a second serve there, didn't he? On these first serves, he's got to do something. He's either got to just take another step back or really attack it. It's a good return there off a first serve, to be fair. Okay, we're into the rally. A lovely backhand there from Fonseca, and it's going to help him win the point and give him another break point. And he's loving that. He's not giving up by any stretch of the imagination yet, and his box is loving it too. First serve from Mensik goes into the net. So now you've got your second serve, João. This is what you wanted. Or this is what I wanted for you. And he's double faulted Mensik. He went huge on that second serve, kind of inexplicably. Maybe Mensik is starting to feel it a bit right now. Maybe. And he didn't want to be in a rally there. Joao's got to think about that and take heart from that. He's got to be thinking, that's interesting. Why did Jakub Mensik go so big on that second serve? We've seen a few times in this tournament where players are getting jaded from a load of matches and they get to 2 sets to love. And I'm thinking of you, Casper, Ruud against Safiullin actually in the opening match. Or maybe even Prismic against Fonseca. And then just suddenly the third set begins and that's it. That's spent. Maybe Jaime Faria as well against Tiafoe. Oh, lovely +1 forehand there from Fonseca. 15 love. Okay, forehand here from Fonseca into the forehand of Mensik. Forehand goes up the line there from Fonseca. Good volley there from Fonseca. 30 love. Good evening, Ghosty. We'll be live again this time tomorrow as well, Ghosty, with Berrettini against Arnaldi. We will have Amanda on for that one. I think Valdez too. Good return there. Now it's a forehand to the forehand of Mensik. Backhand from Fonseca gets it back in play, but Mensik is up in this rally, but he puts that backhand in the net somehow from a pretty close proximity, and it's 40 love. Something for the Brazilians to cheer about. For 2 sets, Mensik was imperious on his serve. Didn't get threatened, really. Had a couple of love 30s to get out of. And that was a tired-looking return from Jakub Mensik. Are we seeing a physical change in this match? Are we seeing Jakub begin to wilt? I think we might be. I think it's the first 2 sets, João started more tired. And I don't think João is feeling any better right now. But what we've seen is kind of Jakub start the match physically okay. João, not really. And now just suddenly, Jakub has just dropped that intensity slightly. Is it similar to the Rublev match where he can regroup at some point? I mean, that second serve. Oh, look at that backhand. That second... What's he doing there? Just adjusting his left foot, you see. What gave it away to me was the double fault on break point. Because that second serve was, I don't want to be rallying here right now. And I think we're going to see a few more big second serves from... See, that second serve wasn't a second... Look at that, though. Look at that from Jakub Mensik. Yeah, I think it's physical, though, Matthew, not because of complacency. I do think he's just feeling it a bit now for the first time in the match. I think João was feeling it from the beginning. That second serve on break point was not a second serve of somebody who said, I'm ready to go and dig deep and clay dog my way out of this. See, it's another good second serve. He's benefiting from taking a few risks on the second serve in some respects here. 30-15. Okay. 2 game points here for Jakub Mensik to get to 2-1. Oh, he's missed the backhand cross court. Again, he's taken some risks here with some of these shots. Trying to quicken and shorten these points. Let first serve. Ooh, another shot from point blank range towards the net, and he puts it into the net, much like the backhand before. This time it was on the forehand side. So we are at deuce now. Interessante. Tudo bem, do Brasil. Eu falo português do Brasil, do Rio de Janeiro, na realidade. Oh, good serve out wide. There's an ace from Mensik. Game point now for Jakub. That's his 8th ace of the match. And he's just hit his 9th one down the tee. 2-1 he leads. Okay. Team Zverev licking their lips, hoping Fonseca drags this match out. Yeah, indeed. I don't even think it matters now in terms of these players are so... The players right now on the ATP tour, on the ATP side, are all, with the exception of Kaboli and Zverev, in very difficult positions physically. I mean, Felix had a 5-setter against Altmaier, didn't he? And then he had back-to-back 4-setters against Burashaga and Nakashima. So compared to some of his peers, actually, he's probably not too bad. He had a straight sets win over Tabilo in the previous round. But Mensik and Fonseca, and we saw it with Hodar today as well. Yeah. And Berrettini and Arnaldi. I mean, Arnaldi has had 4 sets, 5 sets, 5 sets. Berrettini has had 4 sets, straight sets, 5 sets, straight sets. But that last one, the straight sets over Juan Manuel Cerundolo was not straightforward. A couple of tiebreakers in there. But maybe the physical exertions of Arnaldi against Tiafoe will help Matteo Berrettini. Oh, love 15 here on the Fonseca serve. Yeah, Mensik is feeling his back. I noticed that too. Right, I'm just going to close the window. And then I'll be back. Just like you, Jake. And yet here we are at love 30. Is João going to gift this back towards Mensik here? Okay, a bit of stats here for you from Vanch. In the Open era, Tommy Robredo, because obviously Fonseca here, love 40 down. Fonseca here could potentially win his 3rd match from 2 sets to love down. And in the Open era, only Tommy Robredo in 2013 has done it at the French Open. Okay, love 40 though. Good backhand cross court, and that's going to go out. Nice, brave backhand cross court there from João, 15-40. To hit that like button, people, and if you are new to the channel, hit subscribe. 15-40 becomes 30-40 as he saves another break point with a good body serve there that Mensik can't react to. Not well enough anyway to keep it on the island, and it's 30-40. So 2 break points now have come and gone for Mensik to get back on serve in this third set. Can João Fonseca save another break point? Let first service. So second, still a first serve, sorry, for João here. Muito bom, muito bom. Now it's going to be a second serve. Look at that backhand return from Mensik. Mind you, the rally continues here, backhand to backhand at the moment. Now it's a drop shot from João, which is just sublime. The drop shot, which he performed so well against Novak Djokovic a couple of rounds ago, does it again, and we're at deuce. 3 points in a row for João. Forehand return into the forehand of Fonseca. Backhand to backhand right now. Oh, look at that backhand from Mensik. He's on the attack. He's on the attack. He's got a smash, and he puts it away. Whew. Now it's Fonseca's turn to struggle physically. After that point, keeled over to some extent. Break point number 4. The first 3 came back to back. Now there's a fourth one. Fonseca to serve. Be desperate for a first serve here. Can he get his first serve in? Of course, he's serving second in this set. Okay, he's on the attack, João. He's on the forehand. Drop shot again, but this time it's not going to work. That was a tired-looking drop shot from João Fonseca. And we are back on serve. As quick as you can say, did he break? Not going to Queens or Wimbledon, Dan, no. Some Czech being spoken between Jakub and his team. I have no idea what they're saying. My abilities in language begin with English as my mother tongue, Spanish fluent, German, I think it's conversational, not bad. Portuguese somewhere, maybe just a bit below that, and that's about it. Okay. Oh dear, 15 love. I'm going to go to Bonn, Jake, for sure. Maybe Estoril, maybe Seville as well, the challenger. Those are the tournaments that I've kind of circled, and Seville might happen, I don't know. Jake, I barely speak English. Oh, that return was wild. And this little wobble that we had from Mensik physically, well, let's just see, he's just gingerly walking there, but if he can just serve some bombs. Look at that. First serve points 1 in this match. 82% for Jakub Mensik. Oh, dear. What about that first smash, ladies and gentlemen? I think, look at him hobbling a little bit. Look at him hobbling a bit, people. And I think that smash might have occurred because of some of these issues that we've highlighted in the chat already. I think he needs to get this done in straights. I'm serious, people. I'm not ruling out a Fonseca comeback in this match. Okay. 40-15. Second serve. Mensik has had physical issues over the last couple of years. Of course, he was due to play Djokovic this year, wasn't he, at the Australian Open, I think. And then he had to withdraw through injury. And he hits that forehand into the net, so it's 40-30. Good to see you in the live chat, Dan. Hopefully you can join us again tomorrow. We've got plenty of watch-alongs as well. If you hit the notification bell, you should get told when we go live. Okay, forehand return here from Fonseca. This point, I think, could be very interesting in terms of the destiny of this match. And it's Mensik who takes it, and he holds for 3-2. I just think Jakub needs to get this done in straights. And I just thought that from the position that he was in that service game to then suddenly get back to deuce again, I was starting to think, well, gets to deuce. Has he got the energy to hold and go again? But he does hold. Okay. Okay. You might be right there, Jake. You might be right. Okay, Fonseca here serving. 2-3. The backhand did the damage there for João. It was a good backhand cross court. Victor. Hola. Tudo bem? How much does Fonseca have left in the tank? Well, I think the question is actually more about how much does Mensik have? That would be my bigger question. I see João as in... I see João at a stage where his physical levels were not great to start the match, but that's still like that. I don't think he's waned too much. Ooh, misses the forehand there, Fonseca, so 30-15. I see Fonseca, you know, not great physically, but exactly the same as he was in the first set. Google Curtin there smiling. Yeah, second serve. Forehand return there from Mensik is wayward. Goes long, and it's 40-15. Of course, we do have the news that Serena Williams has confirmed that she's returning to the tour. Going to be playing Queen's Club in a week or so. João Fonseca with an ace down the tee, much to the delight of Guga Curtin. 3-all. Most high profile I've interviewed. I mean, Michael Stich, I guess. Wimbledon winner. Pam Shriver. As in still active, I guess. Jasmine Paolini. Probably in terms of the fact that she's been in a slam final. Anyone else? Ostapenko, she's a slam winner. Pavlyuchenkova, slam finalist. Ooh. I mean, Alexiala, in terms of how well known she is. Okay, Fonseca here, love 15 as Mr. Mensik, I'm the best volleyer of all time, puts a volley into the net. ATP Rosmalen or Stuttgart, asks Watchalong Met Roman. I've done Rosmalen before, so maybe Stuttgart. Ooh, look at that forehand from Mensik. That was tired. Tired. And now Jakub needs some big serves here. Love 30. I have a similar level of anxiety with some of these interviews, Jake, but it's more just the equipment not working or whatever. That's happened a couple of times. I mean, another famous one will be Fabio Fognini. Yeah, Tony Nadal, maybe. It's not a player, I know, but... Oh, wow. Well, look at that backhand up the line from João Fonseca. Love 40, and look at his parents there. Delighting in that one. 46% in? You mean so he's missing... He's only getting 46% in? Matthew, is that what I'm understanding? I'm just trying to think whether it was an interview or not. I spoke to Coco Gauff, but I'm just wondering if I was the only one there during that interview. I think there might have been someone else there as well. Okay, Mensik here comes in for the... Oh, look at that from Jakub Mensik. Coming in for the serve volley, but actually lets it bounce and then just does a nice little tap over the net. So Mensik getting 46% of his first serves in. Yeah, that's a huge drop-off. As we approach the 2-hour mark. And I think if we go 4, honestly, I would even be thinking João wins it from that point, because Mensik wasn't struggling this much physically against Rublev. That's for sure. João just needs to keep going with some of these rallies. That was close to the line. Look at that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. 4-3. Break of serve. Yeah, I honestly, you might be right. Watchalong Met Roman. Can you do me a favor? Can you hit the like button? And if you haven't already done so, can you hit subscribe? That would be amazing. Thank you, Watchalong Met Roman. Much appreciated. We're going to have watchalongs tomorrow as well, so please do join us for those. Starting with Kalinskaya against Falinska tomorrow. And then we'll have Sabalenka against Diana Schneider. And we'll also have Felix against Caboli and Berrettini Arnaldi. Oh, look at that forehand from João Fonseca. 15 love. Okay, 4-3, 15 love here. Now it's the backhand of Fonseca that's failing, 15 all. Oh, Fonseca's delighted with that one. (30-15). Ooh, 30 all on the line. Oh, that's nice from João to get to 40-30. Can Fonseca get this? He can. 5-3. Wow. Love 15 here. Okay, block return. Is that going to go long? No, we're still in play. Ooh, now, how's this smash going to go? Much better than the previous one. And now it's João struggling there. Just going to do his shoes up. 30-15. Becomes 40-15. So 2 game points here now for Mensik. And considering he was down love 15, be pleased with those 3 points in a row. That's a good serve out wide. Now he's going to get another Jakub smash, but he puts this away for 5-4. Watchalong met Roman. How do you arrange out interviews with players? Depends. When you're at the event, if it's a 250 or above, normally there's a media person you have to go through. And they will ask the players, or they say they ask the players. Often they don't. But at smaller tournaments like challengers and 125s, sometimes you can just approach the player. Depends on if there's a media person or not. Okay, look at Jakub Mensik there. He doesn't look like he's in the best spot ever. When they return to the court, Fonseca will be serving to stay in the... Sorry, Fonseca will be serving to win the win the third set. Ooh, that's missed from Mensik. He's not happy with it. Oh, I think Fonseca's admitting that it landed in. Indeed, love 15. $15 all. Oh, thank you for the latest person who hit subscribe. That's much appreciated. Okay, forehand return. Backhand now from Fonseca into the forehand of... Yeah, I think it's going to be called out. Yeah, 15-30. So a little wobble here from Fonseca serving for this set. $30 all. Oh, double fault from João Fonseca. You went big on the second serve there as well. We're seeing that a lot today. João Fonseca's been up a break twice in this set. And that's his first double fault in this set, João. And so it is break point here for Jakub Mensik. Ace down the tee, deuce. Oh, what a return that is from Jakub. Oh, what a backhand up the line from Mensik. Break point. Yeah, it was an incredible backhand up the line. Okay. Backhand up the line now. And the forehand of... Oh, but it's the forehand for Mensik. Going into the net. Yeah, tight or tired. One of the two. Okay, backhand returning from Mensik into the forehand of Fonseca. Drop shot from Fonseca's not going to work. It's going to be another break point. Oh, look at that body serve. Wow, look at that backhand up the line. Wow, look at that passing effort from João Fonseca. Mensik somehow just about got a racket on it, but not enough purchase to get it back over the net. We're at deuce, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's going to just scrape the line. And Fonseca does enough at the net to give himself a set point. It's his first one. Okay, can João get over the line? Body serve, good return. Drive volley. Smash for... Wow, look at that smash. Wow, wow, wow. Take a bow, Jakub Mensik. Deuce. This is not going to... If Jakub does get the break and then still loses the set, I think it's going to be even worse for him. But you've got to fight for every point, right? Oh, the +1 forehand from Fonseca doesn't work. And we're going to have another break point for Jakub Mensik. Remember, we will stay live at the end of this match, and we'll be going to be speaking to Mert Atunga about both this match and also the upcoming semi-final between the winner of this match and Alexander Zverev. So please stay with us, because we'll be live for a little bit after the match ends. Okay, into the rally now. The forehand of João, he goes pretty big, but it's defended by Mensik, and he can't pass. He puts the forehand passing effort into the tram line, so we are at deuce. First serve missed. So second serve here. Body serve, forehand to forehand right now. Changing direction, Mensik smartly. Forehand now from Fonseca. These are pretty big forehands, but look at the defense there. Oh, and he's dumped a forehand into the net, Fonseca. He was unleashing forehand after forehand, and this game is approaching 10 minutes now, and we have another break point for Jakub Mensik. 10 to 11 in the evening, local time. What a return that is. Now Mensik comes into the net, and Fonseca can't pass. Finally, we get the break. It is 5-all. So 5-all. Five all. Drop shot here. Fonseca's going to get to it, but it's going to be too easy to pass him at the net. 15-love. Okay, second serve here. Forehand return. Now on the forehand of Mensik, who seems to have got a second wind all of a sudden, although he sprayed that forehand into the tram line, 15-all. Okay, let first service. 2 hours and 20 minutes on the clock. 5-all and 15-all in this third set. Good serve down the tee there. It's going to be a tricky smash. Fonseca keeps making him make another shot, but not now. 30-15. that, though. Oh, wow. João, take a bow. 30 all. He does look super gassed, Matthew. He does. But he might just get over the line with some big serves in the next sort of 5 minutes or so. But that's not a big serve. That's going to be a second serve here for Fonseca to look at. That's a good return from João. Backhand to backhand right now. Now it's on the forehand. João struggling to stay in this point. The volley from the lob is sensational from João Fonseca. And it's going to help him win the point for 30-40. Wow. Break point, João Fonseca. The grit, the determination, the speed, the guile, the touch was all there from the Brazilian. And it is 30-40. So, break point, João Fonseca. Jakub Mensik here. Had got to the beginning of the third set without even facing a break point. Now he's on the verge of losing his serve for the third time, but he's going to come in for a serve volley, and he puts the smash away for deuce. Too good. Wow, ace down the tee. Wow, big serve in there is going to help him hold serve. So 6-5. And when they return to the court, João Fonseca, having served for this set, will now be serving to stay in the match. That was indeed clutch from Mensik from 30-40. So, we're back on course for a Mensik-Zverev semi-final. But will we get a Mensik-Zverev semi-final? Well, the next 5 minutes will probably tell us. A quick look at their head-to-head. It's 1-0 in Zverev's favour. That match coming in Madrid just over a year ago. So how they have played on clay before. Look at how serious the coach of Mensik is, by the way. So funny. Okay, served on the tee. Forehand here from Fonseca is going to go long. So now we are in a dangerous, perilous moment for João Fonseca, serving to stay in the match. Love 15. Backhand return from Mensik. Forehand now into the forehand of Mensik. He's struggling here. Drop shot from Fonseca. Volley from Fonseca. This is going to land out, is it? I think so. Excellent fighting and scrambling there from Jakub Mensik. It does indeed land out. Love 30. 2 points away from the win for Jakub Mensik and a spot in the semi-final where Alexander Zverev lies in wait. João Fonseca here at love 30, desperate for a couple of first serves, no doubt. Jake saying he's back in the chat to see what could be the coronation. Can you be coronated? Is there a verb even to coronate? Yes, I think so. To reach a semi-final. Anyway, I don't know what the hell I'm saying. 2 hours and 26 minutes on the clock. Let's get back to the tennis. Fonseca, second serve. Oh, that was a risky second serve from João. Hit the line. As I say, these risky second serves from both players are aplenty. I think giving way to the fact that they are pretty tired and pretty keen to take a risk on their second serve to shorten the points. 15-30. Fonseca serving. Desperate for a first serve. He gets it. Forehand return is not bad. Maybe that was too predictable. Going for the Mensik forehand under pressure. 2 match points here for Jakub Mensik, to the delight of both his fans, family, and team. Even the grumpy-looking one looks less grumpy right now. 15-40. 2 match points for Jakub Mensik to get this done in straight sets. Fonseca serves down the tee, misses the first serve. So a second serve here for Jakub Mensik to look at. Just approaching the 2.5 hour mark. Fonseca, don't double fault. Oh, I thought he had double faulted. I paused there for a moment because I thought he double faulted. It was very close. And I tell you what, that second serve once again, so risky. Again, belying the fact that they are tired. It looked like a double fault to me. Maybe someone can check with something. Maybe there's something flying around online that will tell us pretty quickly whether that was a double fault. Anyway, 30-40. Gets the first serve, and of course he goes to the forehand. Backhand to backhand right now. Oh, what depth there is from both players there. Oh, what a backhand from Mensik. It's not won the point yet. Is this going to win the point? It's going to be a lob. Oh, he's going to miss the smash. Mensik has missed the smash. It's deuce. Wow. On match point. Tired. Stretching every sinew to get on top of that, to be fair. He couldn't really get it. I think the lob was landing in. So he had to go for it. And we're at deuce, people. Wild, wild, wild. If we end up going to a breaker and then we go 4 sets, wow. Mensik, backhand return. Oh, that looked like it landed out as well, but the rally continues. And now the forehand from Fonseca lands out. Someone let me know, was that a double on fault from Fonseca on match point? Third match point anyway from Mensik. Maybe it'll be immaterial if Mensik gets it done here. Match point number 3. Fonseca to serve. The injured versus the exhausted, yeah. He saved it with a forehand serve down the tee. Even I'm probably exhausted now with some of my explanations. A forehand serve down the tee. Hope you understand me. Okay, deuce. Wow, wow, wow. Serves out wide again to the forehand, but the rally continues. Backhand now is a really good one. Fonseca at the net with a beautiful volley. Taking a leaf out of the Mensik net play there. And it's game point, João Fonseca, to take us to a tiebreak. Wow, wow, wow. Hit that like button. And if you're new to the channel, hit subscribe. Serves into the backhand, which is a really good return from Jakub Mensik. Wow. What's going on? I'm good, because if it gets done in straights, good for Mensik. We get a chat with Mert. I can get me ice cream out the freezer and chill and enjoy the evening. But if we go 4, that's great as well. Backhand here now into the backhand of Mensik. I mean, someone's got to win. I mean, they're both so physically struggling here. What a drop shot, but Mensik is going to get there with a redrop. No way! No way! Match point number 4 for Jakub Mensik. Well, there's going to be more whatever happens with Mert and I. Woo. Match point number 4. Can Mensik get it done? 4th time lucky. There is no expression, I don't think, in English for 4th time lucky, but I'm saying it anyway. Okay. Serves. Serve volley. Serve volley. What a pickup! What a pickup from João Fonseca! That was wild! He comes in for the serve volley. Brave. But what a touch of class. Wow, what a pickup volley that was. It was a clean volley rather than a half volley if you follow. So it's done the tee, backhand return. Backhand from Fonseca now. Fonseca looks tired as well. Hence that serve volley on the last point. We've had 4 match points so far. Oh, he's missed the backhand cross court. We're going to have another match point. It's going to be a 5th match point, ladies and gentlemen. Please hit that like button. And if you have never tuned into us before, click subscribe. It's just below the screen, just there. You'll see a thing. And we've got loads more watch-alongs to come. We'll be doing every single match for the remainder of the French Open, on the singles side anyway. Okay, Fonseca here 7, 5-6. Match point number 5. Thought about the serve volley. It's a good forehand, but well defended by Mensik. But he can't defend that forehand. Deuce. Just wow, people. Just wow. Five. Was it 5 match points or 4 match points? I don't know. I'm losing count. 4, I think. Serves down the tee. Backhand return. It's a good backhand return. Has he made that backhand? I think he has. Advantage Fonseca. Is it 4 match points? Someone tell me. I need answers to 2 questions. I think it's been 4 match points. And I need to know if that was a double fault from João Fonseca on one of those match points. Okay. Game point now for Fonseca. He's had a few of those as well. Oh, he's missed the first serve. I know where he's going with this second serve. I know it. He's going down the tee into the forehand of Mensik. And Mensik is going to go big on the return. It's just a case of which works. Oh, no, he's gone to the backhand. He's into the rally now. He's got to run around forehand. Backhand up the line, though, from Mensik. He went pretty big as well on that second serve. Oh, he's put his forehand into the net, Fonseca, and we're back to juice. So what he decided to do was, he went, you know what? I'm going to go with the backhand. I'm going to surprise him. But I'm going to go big to the backhand. So he's not going to be able to react. But he did react. Juice number 6. I think we've had 4 match points. Well, I'll soon find out if he gets a 5th. Okay. Fonseca to serve. Out. Wide, and it's a fault. So a second serve here. This time, surely he's going to the forehand. Surely. I think he'll go quite big as well. He goes to go to the forehand, but not that big. Anyway, the rally. Here we go. Backhand now into the forehand of Mensik, which is pretty good. Mensik comes into the net, picks up the volley. Oh, Fonseca tries to go down the line with a passing shot, but it doesn't work. It goes into the net. Mensik shakes his racket, saying, I've got another match point, my friend. Match point number 6 for Jakub Mensik. Google Curtin looking on very closely. Just behind Jakub Mensik. He might just go boo. Match point number 6 for Jakub Mensik. Can Fonseca get his first serve in? No, he can't. Don't double fault. Don't double fault, João. Don't double fault. Went big on that second serve all to the... He's made the forehand! I think he's clipped the line! This is getting ridiculous now. Stop it. Just stop it. It's just wow. It is just wow, 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 people. Okay. 6 match points have come and gone. This service game is 11 minutes old. There is no way either of these two players is going to be in a fit enough. Well, it's Tuesday, right? The semi-final will be on Friday. Okay, some good news. Oh, he's picked it up. He's picked it up. This net play from both players is off the charts. It's a game point now for Fonseca to get us to a tiebreak. This is wild, people. Wild, wild, wild. I hope you're enjoying the stream as well as the match. Backhand return. Forehand from Fonseca. Backhand now from Mensik. Forehand from Fonseca. Also finding that backhand again up the line. But he's not going to make it! We're going to a tiebreak, people! We're getting more of this. Whatever happens, we're getting at least 7 more points. Feel the tension, feel the drama, feel this match. We're going to a 3rd set tiebreak. Let me know in the live chat right now, ASAP. Who's winning this tiebreak? M for Mensik, F for Fonseca. Right in the live chat, who's winning this tiebreak? M, Mensik, and click return. F, Fonseca, and click return. We've got the Grim Reaper there hovering, ready for the post-match sort of moments. But they might not be grimming and reaping. And he's missed the first serve from Mensik here. 2 hours and 38 minutes on the clock. 10 past 11 local time. Okay, forehand return. If it went, oh, that's a loose forehand from Fonseca. With that kind of serve from that kind of position, he's either got to step in on that and go for it, or just reset the rally. And I think he should have probably done the latter on that one. I think he maybe tried to reset the rally, but it was kind of too late from the moment it came off his racket. 1-0 Mensik. Okay, Fonseca serves. Gets the first serve. And again, he loves that going at the backhand on those aggressive serves, but I don't think it's helping him much. Okay, now it's on the Fonseca forehand. Forehand from Mensik is moving Fonseca around. Now it's on the backhand. It's going to be a drop shot, but I think Mensik is getting there. Oh, my goodness me. What is that? What is that from Mensik? I'll tell you what it is. It is insane. The drop shot was pretty good. Victor going for Mensik, Dan going for Fonseca. It was a good drop shot, but boy, oh boy. How on earth did Mensik get there, and how on earth did he pull off that shot at the end of it? Okay, forehand return. Forehand here for Fonseca. It's too good. Too bloomin' good. 2-1. Over to you, Mensik, to serve. Survival of the fittest certainly springs to mind. Okay, first serve into the net. Second serve here for João Fonseca to look at. Forehand return goes into the net from João. And there is the return of serve, which we do know is a huge chink in the João armor. But I do think he's made some steps forward in this tournament in that department. Anyway, 3-1. It's not it's not first to 10, Victor. It's first to 7. It's only first to 10 in the deciding set. So this is first to 7. And as a result of that ace down the tee, Mensik is now 3 points away from the win. He's had 6 match points. Count them. I know you won't. I'm sure people will be going nuts about this match on social media. Okay, backhand return is going to miss. So 4-2 at the change of ends. So 4-2 change of ends. Okay, Fonseca to serve here. 2-4. Serves. Going to be a second serve for Mensik to look at. Clipped the net and went long. So Mensik here, second serve to look at. Forehand return into the forehand of Fonseca. Now on the backhand of Mensik, which goes into the net. So 4-3, people. 4-3. Nip and tuck. Fonseca goes down 4-1 and is in big trouble after that ace down the tee from Jakub Mensik. And now Fonseca's held both of his serves to get us to 4-3. Now, can he do something on the turn? You feel as though Fonseca needs at least one of these next 2 points. If he goes down 6-3, it's a long way back. But can he get one of these next 2 points? Oh, the first serve lands in. It's going to be an easy sort of put-away volley for Mensik at the net there. We've seen some incredible net play from both him and João today. But that was just a piece of cake for him. It was a good serve out wide, and it is something in his locker that Mensik has, and he's proved it today. 5-3 he leads. He's 2 points away from the win. Remember, he had 6 match points. Is he going to be getting more after this serve? Serves on the tee, comes in for a serve volley. Puts that backhand away, though. Didn't need to volley it. 6-3. He's going to have 3 more match points. The first 2 are going to come on the Fonseca serve. Now Dan is suggesting that he thinks Fonseca's going to go out. This is match point number 7. Is it going to be 7th heaven for Jakub Mensik? If he keeps going with this, we're going to have no more expressions for numbers. Okay, Fonseca serves, gets the first serve in. It's a good backhand return from Mensik. Now it's on Mensik's backhand. Mensik, backhand. Drop shot from Mensik. Fonseca gets there with a redrop. Mensik, though, is going to win it. Wow. That's all, folks. As Victor says, Jakub Mensik, take a bow with the way he responded to that redrop. Unbelievable. Nice warm embrace from the pair at the net. It is Jakub Mensik who's going to be facing Alexander Zverev in Friday's semi-final. And good news, he's going to have 2 whole days to chill. I don't think we'll be seeing him on a practice court tomorrow. And that is good news for both of these players, actually, in terms of whoever was going to win. But it is Jakub Mensik who wins in straight sets. 6-4, 6-3, 7-6. It was pushing 3 hours in the end. I think we're probably looking at about 2 hours and 45 minutes. He needed 7 match points to get the job done. But get the job done he did. And listen, if that goes 4 or 5, I'm thinking not only is Fonseca winning it, but neither player is going to be in any condition to challenge Zverev on Friday. As it is, I think we might be for a competitive semi-final, because Mensik is now going to have almost 72 hours to recover. It'll be almost certainly the first semi-final. They tend to have the Tuesday match, the Tuesday quarterfinal pairing, if you like, then be the first to come up on the Friday roster, if you like. So almost certainly Mensik versus Zverev will be the first semi-final, and the second semi-final will be Berrettini or Arnaldi against Cobolli or Felix Auger-Aliassime, as I see Alex Corretja come on court to interview Jakub Mensik. João Fonseca waves to the crowd and the Brazilian fans that have cheered him on so far and so near. He'll be back next year, and I think his reputation is certainly burgeoning, and almost certainly, maybe that's too strong, but probably wins the French Open one day. He's going to have a good 10 or 15 shots at it. Corretja's on the court, ready to interview Jakub Mensik, who's into his first Grand Slam semi-final. Another huge step forward for Jakub in his development. And I am joined now by Mert Atunga. Mert, how are you? Looks like he's just getting ready, actually, so I might just give him another minute or so. I'll keep talking. Are you ready, Mert? If you are, just give me a thumb. Hey, he's just putting his earphones in. Can you hear me all right? Yeah. Are you going to give me a thumb up to bring you forward? I think I've got the thumbs up. Can you hear me all right, Mert?
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Great. What about that match?
That's incredible, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, that was. Have we started already, or?
Yeah, we have. We're on. We're going.
Okay. Well, I mean, it's incredible. No, it's incredible because, well, John, I'll start with this. We always talk. There's this talk in on and off, which I find a little bit redundant, but nonetheless, it's a topic. 3-set versus 5 sets. Okay. And usually this topic only comes up when there's like a comeback from 2 sets love done. It goes to a 5th set, etc. The example of 2008 Wimbledon is given between Nadal and Federer. Now Borg McEnroe is of 1980 is also a fairly good example, but Federer was down 2-11, and he brings it to a 5th set, and it's a great epic match, etc., etc. But even in a match like this, you have first 2 sets, fairly not a bad tennis match. I mean, it's watchable, some good points, but it's a routine 2-set lead for one side, where that one side is doing a lot of things better than the other side. Okay, and then 3rd set comes. And the side that won the first 2 sets is starting to have physical trouble. And now we get to find out how they're going to manage playing one more set or squeezing out possibly a win with diminished physical capacity, which we have already seen some players succeed or fail in this very slam right here. And even in previous slams. The Alcaraz and Zverev in Australian Open is a great example. Sinner and Cerundolo is another example. So, you get to see that thanks to best of 5. We just had a thrilling 3rd set finish to a match that would have otherwise been a routine one-sided match.
It had the spectre, didn't it? It had the spectre of a 4th and 5th set over it, and that made that 3rd set crazy.
Exactly. I mean, even if it's a 3 match that ended in straight sets, still the benefits of a best out of 5-set match looms large here, even in this example. But okay, I know this is not what you wanted to talk about, but I thought I'd throw that in to start.
No, it's a great start because it's very much a part of the match, and I loved how you bring that up. I also thought it was a part of the mentality of both players going big on second serves, sometimes in their favor, sometimes to their detriment, because I don't think Jakub in particular certainly didn't really want a 4th or 5th. Well, of course, Jakub did. I mean, of course, João is fine with the 4th and 5th set because he's got no choice. But Jakub was just like, I don't know if I can go a 4th set. Because the way the match began for me, I thought that maybe it was João that was lacking the intensity, and Mensik picked up from where he left off in the 5th set against Rublev. And yet, it was funny because João's intensity kind of stayed the same. And it was by the 3rd set, it was actually Mensik who started to struggle. So João's sort of physical level stays the same. And he ends up being ahead of Mensik at one point because Mensik is dropping. Does that make sense?
That's correct. Yes, that's pretty much what happened. I would agree with you. And but to get to what happened in the first 2 sets, it's this case of where a lot of tennis experts or tennis analytic experts will tell you, a lot of points are decided in the first 4 shots or first 3 shots, and just in the return and serve departments, Mensik was far ahead of Fonseca in terms of performance quality. Not to say Fonseca is a bad server by any means. He's got a good serve, as we have seen in the previous matches. Or he can also return. But here, in this case, Mensik, on returns, for example, he was constantly stepping inside the baseline and going for big returns, winners. And that was forcing Fonseca into taking some risks on the second serve and double faulting. You know, Fonseca ended up double faulting in some pretty important points. One of them was, just to give you an example, was the second set deuce. I mean, the point before Mensik won the second set. You know, he closed it out in the second set on a return point, and the point right before that, he got to that stage with a double fault, and that's because he was putting a lot of pressure on Fonseca's serves, and Fonseca had to slow down his first serve too a little bit to get more of them, and so that he doesn't have to serve a second one. So Mensik was effective on the return, but even more so on the serve. I mean, he was out, tried to keep a little bit of a, you know, I mean, I don't want to show the whole thing, but like a little bit of a chart on where Fonseca was returning when Mensik got his first serve in. And now, John, just to give you an idea, I wasn't charting down the returns of Fonseca that did not go in. So if Mensik served an ace, or he served a serve that Fonseca was not able to return back into the court, I didn't chart that. And I also did not chart those where Mensik serves big and Fonseca barely gets it back with a lob, and Mensik is already at the net hitting the overhead or the swing volley away. I only charted the returns that Fonseca got in the court. Okay, so not only did Mensik have a great advantage over Fonseca on serving because he was getting a lot of aces and unreturned serves or returned serves that he could easily take in the air, put away. But even in the cases of Fonseca getting the returns in the court, most of them were to pretty much the same spot. On the deuce side, if Mensik served to the outside, Fonseca's lunging forehand returns went mostly to the middle of the court and short, around the service line, okay? Or at the most to Mensik's forehand, which then he would hit to the open court, okay? And then if he served to the backhand, Mensik, on the deuce side again, instead of making Fonseca stretch out to the forehand return, if he served to the tee and made Fonseca hit a backhand return, almost all of them, I mean, I would say 80 to 90% of them, and I only charted this from midway first set to about the midway third set because Mensik was diminished in the third set, so I stopped counting there. But during that stretch, Fonseca's backhand returns on the deuce side were all dropping to the same spot, about a yard or two in front of the service line, perfect for Mensik to land back from the serve and go for that second shot, and hit the winner. And for example, a great example of that, for those who like to go back and watch, at 4-3 in the second set, Mensik hits two serves to the middle, to the tee on deuce, and both of the returns come to the exact same spot, to Mensik's forehand, where he can just step in and hit it to the corner and go to the net and finish the point. So Mensik had a big advantage on both serve and return departments in this sense.
I was surprised on some of those big points near the end that João went to the Mensik backhand with some of those serves, but he went big on them on the second serves as well. But I was just during commentary, I was like, I guess in a match, you're probably going to go to the weaker side 65% of the time, something like that. But when it's a big point, that percentage goes up to 80, 90%. I was very interested to hear in the Rafa documentary, though, where Rafa talks about going to the Federer forehand on, I think it was on championship point, and it's the point that he ends up winning the title on at Wimbledon in 2008. I will say this. I wonder if he was down break point, though, if he goes to the Federer forehand, if that makes sense.
On that point, to be honest with you, on the shot that Rafa is talking about, his shot is actually landed short. Federer hit a forehand approach shot and missed it into the net, which that's a shot that he's been hitting inside the court and winning points for most of the match. But on that particular shot, he missed it. So I'm not sure if that really is a valid point. But Rome 2006 finals, between Rafa and Roger, and the two match points that Roger had on his forehand and missed them both. Now there, he probably that would have been a more valid example there, I feel like.
So anyway, it just came through my mind today as I was thinking, get the weaker side, the stronger. Anyway, whatever. There was also something else I want to point out. A couple more things about this match before we look forward to the Zverev semi-final. First of all, the first set and a half, probably, maybe even the entire 2 sets, but there was a big thing for me is that the forehand of Fonseca wasn't penetrating as much as I would expect it to, and it has done in previous rounds. That maybe because Mensik on the stretch was doing unbelievable stuff with his legs far apart. And not only that, but getting his racket on it and getting it back with interest. But maybe there was something about the conditions as well. I don't know whether it was a bit slow or anything like that. I mean, the roof was closed, which may have had an effect, but that probably had a better effect for Jakub when it comes to his serve. And that's another thing as well. When it comes to the weapons, if we think about Fonseca's forehand being a weapon, for 2 sets or so, it wasn't as big a weapon as it has been in the past. And yet the weapons of Mensik were fine. The backhand was brilliant at times down the line. And the serve was just, I think he reached double figures for aces in the end. And that the weapons for João weren't working as well as they normally do. And they were working beautifully for Mensik.
I think, John, also there's an extra factor here to it. And you all your points are valid. Very, very, very good summary of João's serve and lack of power, perhaps. But the extra factor here also, I think, Mensik somehow seems to manage the physical endurance part of this tournament better than anyone else, not just Fonseca, because he stayed on the court longer than anyone else, and yet, I mean, we may have talked about this just recently. The fact that he came back and beat Alex de Minaur in 3 bombastic sets, to be honest with you, after losing the first set 6-0, and then comes back and wins another long match. And then now here we are, he finally gets some sort of a physical ailment, but manages it well and ends up winning the match. He somehow seems to manage this better. I feel like Fonseca was physically, I don't want to say diminished, but simply fatigued from previous matches. And it showed in his body language. I felt like the first 2 sets, Mensik was the sharper player out there. And Mensik has the kind of game that can allow him to stay in his A plan, even if he's a little bit tired. He's able to create shots, cut the points short, hit big serves. So he's able to finish those points quicker. But Fonseca a lot of times depends on his forehand that requires a big swing and that requires some positioning. And on his serve too, which requires a lot of kinetic leg push. And I feel like Fonseca was a bit tired, from the beginning of the match. And of course, we'll never know. But I feel like if Mensik was not diminished in the 3rd set, we were going to have a routine 3-set match, something like 6-4, 6-3, 6-3. And it didn't end up being that way. But Mensik or Fonseca was more fatigued going into this match, even though he spent less time on the court than Mensik was. I fumbled the words a little bit there, but I hope
I think there's one reason for that. I think in particular is that I don't think the Mensik Rublev match, despite being 5 sets and maybe even long, didn't seem that physically attritional. We see some of these other matches with, I think, Tiafoe, I remember in a 5th set a couple of rounds ago, and it's like, my goodness, man, he was struggling. We saw Mensik 3 or 4 rounds ago, where he's in the last game and he's in the deciding set tiebreak and he's cramping. And we've seen a few of those ones. The 5th set with Rublev, he was actually good and was fine in that 5th set, and he finished it, and it was normal. If anything, he was probably struggling more in the 3rd set today than he was in the 5th set against Rublev. There was something else. Oh, yeah, on João.
And he gets 2 days off now, right? Which is a huge advantage.
Huge. And we'll talk about that in a moment. I want to look at the Zverev match. But there was also a thing with João, I think mental fatigue as well as physical. There was one, and you're right, in terms of his body language. And, normally there's a lot of positive vibes coming from him. There was a lot of negative today. And it was just that I just think he just thought, I just need my body to recover somehow. And there was one smash from him, which was very unusual. And it was almost like, no, the smash from João, I think at the end of the 2nd set. I think it might have been when he gets broken. But anyway, he actually, it's somewhere between mid to easy smash, but occasionally you miss them. If you do miss these smashes, though, you're hitting them, you're mistiming it, and you're hitting it long, okay? that will happen 2 times out of 10. It's tennis, right? What never, ever happens is you don't mistime it and you hit it cleanly, but you hit it somehow into the tram line. I was sort of, I think he couldn't quite understand how that happened. And I thought to myself, I don't think it was pressure. I think it was more just
loss of momentary focus, maybe.
Yeah,
Who knows?
Exactly. Yeah. So it was just a weird way to miss a smash. Now, I'm glad you mentioned the 2-day break, because almost certainly it'll be the first semi-final on Friday, but that is huge now, because I was just thinking, I don't know how they're going to recover for the Zverev match, etc. Well, actually, that extra day might be enough for Jakub's body to be functioning at least well for 3 or 4 sets. And then, because if it goes 5, then that comes back to potentially haunt you. But what do you think about this upcoming semi-final?
No, you summarized it well. Once again, John, he's got a very tough match with Zverev, even if he was 100% physically, right? But as we saw with Rafael Hodar today, Rafael Hodar was also a little bit fatigued. You could tell from his body language on the court. And when he got behind in the scoreboard, he started feeling it even more. And Zverev is not a player you'd like to play when you're physically taxed, spent. And Mensik is going to, I feel that Mensik is going to find himself in the same situation. He's not going to be, he's not going to have 100% gas in the tank. He's going to have to manage, once again, the endurance factor. And hopefully he will be injury free in terms of, any kind of an ache in the muscles. Hopefully he will not suffer from that. But even without that, there's an endurance issue that he will face, because Zverev played several hours less than him so far. And Zverev is not a player who's going to give him free points, whereas Fonseca might, at some point. So I think he's got a tough task ahead, and the scoreboard is going to be super important. If he falls behind against Zverev, I'm afraid we might see the same type of situation happening to him that happened to Hodar today. Yeah. So he needs to stay ahead in the scoreboard. But if he does stay ahead in the scoreboard, or stays head-to-head with Zverev, I still think he's got a fairly good chance to win, because the guy's hitting unbelievable shots from very difficult spots. When during the point, he goes to a certain spot and hits a shot that you think, come on, that's not going to go in. And yet it goes in. And then all of a sudden you find the rally going in his favor, whereas maybe 2 shots ago, he was the one scrambling. And he's got good hands at the net. He's got great technique with drop shots. I don't know who said it. One of the TV commentators, and of course they're very experienced themselves, so who am I to argue with that? But I heard one of the TV commentators say something like, Fonseca is more skill, less power, and Mensik is more power, less skill. And I really couldn't disagree more. I think Mensik's got great skills at the net, in the variety, drop shots, serve placement, et cetera, et cetera. I'd even say he's better in that category slightly than Fonseca is. But anyway, so I do not count Mensik out whatsoever. But I think that there are 2 musts in his case in order for him to have a chance to win. One, it's okay if he's fatigued a little bit, but he must not be injured. In other words, he has to be 100%. Whatever was bothering him in the 3rd set here cannot happen in that match. And 2, he cannot fall behind in the scoreboard. It's okay if he loses the 1st set, but he cannot go down a set and a break, or he cannot lose the 1st set 7-6 after 1 hour and 15 minutes. Those are things that I don't think he can recover from against Alexander Zverev.
Because of the attritional nature of this tournament for so many players, it feels like 60, 70, 80% of the players from pretty much the 3rd or 4th round onwards were all sort of having come through battles. And again today, so you talk about that regarding Mensik on Friday. It was the same today for both players, I think. As soon as there was a set and a break in Mensik's favor, it's like, I can't. And Ruud, I felt the same with Ruud against Fonseca, conversely. As soon as he goes down a set and or whatever, it was a set and a break, I think, and obviously eventually 2 sets to love, it's like, I can't. Ruud's not. It's going to be really, really tough, and it'll be the same for Jakub on Friday. But you talk about that.
And he's facing, sorry to cut you in the middle there, but I'll keep it very quick. He's facing someone who knows how to manage a 15-day routine of a slam.
Yeah.
Whereas he himself, Mensik, that is, has never been in the situation.
The touch at the net today from both players, but I'll give Mensik a 9 and Fonseca an 8 because some of the pickup volleys from both of them, either picking it up on the kind of half volley or just getting their racket on it just before it bounces on the first occasion, sometimes off a serve as well. I mean, even the match point, you know, I was gasping because of how Mensik dealt with that, with the touch that he had.
Yeah, and Fonseca saved the match point with a great low volley, right?
Yeah, I think he saved 6 in all, and some of that was one with a big forehand that seemed to clip the line, and there was another one with a great pickup, as you highlighted. So both of them incredible, and that might help Mensik. I wonder if, again, if he is, let's say he's up a set or maybe a 2 sets to love lead on Zverev, and he wants to try and get this done a bit quicker. He has got the serve volley in his locker. Zverev tends to be pretty deep on the court as well, so that might be something for him to lean on as well on Friday.
Definitely, yes. I think he will. Zverev is one of the few players, along with, for example, Medvedev, who will wait by the back drops for the return. Yeah. And I don't see why Mensik would not use the wide serve both on the deuce side and on the ad side, and even serve and volley, just like you said, on some second serves too, because he's got a fairly nasty kick on the second serve also. So hopefully he'll be in top physical shape in order to be able to push up for those serves.
What do you make of the narrative around Zverev in terms of the fact that he's someone that has not delivered in the biggest moments, and that's the thing that's held him back from winning slams? Whether it's, you know, serving for the match against Alcaraz this year in the 5th set, whilst Alcaraz was obviously struggling physically, or whether it was up 2-1 on Alcaraz, and Tony Nadal certainly suggests that perhaps he was a bit too passive at times in sets 4 and 5, and that also, we do see that sometimes in the tensest of moments he does get a bit more passive. Do you think this narrative is exaggerated? Do you think it's justified, or where do you stand?
Well, the data shows, or the previous year's important matches that he let get away, kind of implies that the data that is justified, right? But I think this Roland Garros is quite a different setup for him than anything that he's been in before. In all the cases that people have mentioned from the past, none of those are cases where he was supposed to win the tournament and blew it. Okay, and I'm including the final at the U.S. Open against Dominic Thiem. He might have gotten to a match point there against Thiem to win the tournament, but he was not playing the tournament as the clear favorite to win it by any means. And in others too, there was always the big 3 members, or I don't know, Djokovic, Alcaraz, Sinner, Federer, Nadal, that were supposed to win, and he kind of always got stopped by them, or he got stopped a little bit earlier in an upset loss, which exasperated this reputation of his. But he was never in a position to win. This is different, John. He's the clear favorite here since Djokovic lost, and he's acting like it too in terms of scores, right? He's winning his matches in fairly convincing fashion. He's not totally dominating matches, but he's winning them in fairly convincing fashion. He's the clear favorite to win his semifinals here. It's only in the finals that he may face, if he makes it that far, of course. You know, I'm assuming, or I'm making this argument in the sense that let's assume he made it to the finals. He's going to have to play against Berrettini, who's a seasoned player also, who's been in this situation before. Or he may have to play Felix Auger-Aliassime, against whom he'll be favored, but not by a lot. Or one of the other guys who are there for the first time.
Yeah.
So I think it helps him. It helped him to that Djokovic, Sinner, and Alcaraz's names were out so early. You know, it would have been one thing for him to play a semifinal and then find out in the other semifinals that there was an upset, and now in the finals he's favored to win all of a sudden, and then have only 48 hours to prepare for that, versus this situation where now he's been the favorite in everyone's eyes, as well as his, since about Wednesday or Thursday of the tournament. I can't remember when Novak lost, but when Novak lost, he became...
Novak lost on Friday, I think, and Sinner lost on Thursday, last week.
Okay, Thursday and Friday. Okay, so here we are. We are Tuesday. It's been 4 days now that he's regarded as the favorite to win, and he's won 2 matches since. So I think he's this is an advantage. I hope I'm explaining this correctly because it's hard to explain.
I think we agree on it, and I think
he's settling into this mindset. Let's put it that way. He's got time to do that.
And I think we haven't really seen any anxiety from him, and we won't do. And we might never. He might be going all the way at lifting the trophy, and we never get to that point because he hasn't really had a really super close match. He's not had to. I think his draw was quite favorable compared to some of the other players. I mean, when I looked at Rublev's draw and Fonseca's as well, Fonseca has Prismic. Now, of course, this is because of people who are seeded and ranked, and I get that. But, Fonseca has Prismic in round 2. He has Djokovic in round 3, and he has Ruud in round 4 and Mensik in the quarterfinals. Casper Ruud himself had a pretty tough run, and that's one of the reasons why he was really struggling physically, because he has Medvedev, he has Tommy Paul, and then he runs into João Fonseca, and so on and so forth. And we could look at Andrey Rublev. I remember thinking, I think Rublev is playing pretty well, but the problem for Rublev is I didn't like his draw, and I knew he was going to drop games en route because he was going to be playing Busa, Ugo Calabelli, and Borges before he ran into Mensik, and so on and so forth. Whereas, if Zverev had Busa in the first round, a red-hot Busa coming off the Hamburg win, type. Maybe he drops a couple, maybe he wins that in 5, maybe he wins it in 4, and so on and so forth. But because he's not, so I think what we're coming back to, which is what you're saying and what I concur with, is he's just not had to worry too much. So then the doubts might come back. If he's suddenly in a 5th set tiebreak with Nuno Borges, who's just making him hit another ball, or I don't know, another clay dog, and someone who's just maybe outlasting him physically or something. But he's never been even close to that. He goes down an early break today. He goes down an early break to Jesper de Jong.
And today he was a little bit tight in the beginning of the match.
Yeah,
he was tight.
He was a bit tight against de Jong, but once he got that first set done and his tiebreak record is phenomenal.
He got to 5-all, it was over. Yeah, I felt like even at 5-all. I mean, he was crisp. He couldn't really move in the legs. You could tell he missed some wide forehands, which was a problem of his a long time ago, but it kind of creeped back. But then once he got to 5-3, 5-4, 5-5, I think they were blank games. 2 out of 3, those 3 were blank games. And from 5-all on, I felt like he had controlling. It was, in fact, Hodar who got tight in the tiebreaker and missed some uncharacteristic shots. And from there on, just like you said, he was just blazing to the finish line.
I do think tennis is different to other sports, but just to sort of give a final thing, if you're a runner and you're a bit nervous, say, maybe you're more nervous than your opponent, but you're 0.3 of a second over 100 meters, but you're 2 or 3 tenths of a second faster than that person. Well, that nervousness maybe loses you a tenth on the gun, but you still win by a tenth or 2. You see, so the nerves get you, but they don't get you enough. You've really got to have a huge collapse for the nerves to get you to lose to Jesper de Jong or to the Hodar today. And that's how I see it for Zverev. And I'm not sure if there's a player left in the draw who's going to push him that close.
The 2 that I see looking at the last 6 players that are left here, I know Koboli is playing at the top of his form. I mean, he's looking really good. Okay, but I would say that Berrettini or Auger-Aliassime are the only 2 who could possibly, because they're going to go into that. If they get to the final against Zverev, they're not going to be fascinated by just being there. They're going to want to win that match, and they're going to believe that they have a legitimate shot to win. Whereas the other players, not that they're not going to go on the court thinking, oh, this is fascinating, I don't have to win. No, but it'll be a first for them, So it's just a little bit of a different mindset.
All right, one more question, a simple one, or actually a difficult one, but I'm going to go for a Zverev win. I have no idea if it'll be 3, 4, 5, probably 3 or 4, probably let's go 4 sets, but yeah, that's always a bit random. First set is huge, but even if Mensik gets the first set, it's still, I think if Mensik wins the first set, of course it depends on the nature of it. Let's say he squeezes it out 7-5 or something like that. I then still think in that second set, he needs to go up a break before I start believing he's winning the match. So from that far back, if you like, to then become the favorite for me, means I'm obviously leaning towards a Zverev win one way or another.
So you're asking me to try to come up with a final score in the final?
Don't give me a score. All I want,
I know.
Is a 55. For me, for example, it's a 65-35.
Yeah.
I always think tennis score predictions, are a little, even 3, 4, 5 sets as my dear or our dear late friend Damien always said, it's just an indication of what, like if you're 60-40, you'll go for a win in 4 sets, right? If you're 55 or 52-48, then you go for a 5-setter, right? But really, some matches are super, super close, and they're straight sets. Other matches are comfortable, but they're 4. But anyway, go.
No, I think the 65-35 is fair for Alex Zverev to win the tournament. Yes. The only time that I would lower that percentage.
I've actually gone that for the match, but it may well be similar to that for the tournament as well.
Which match? I'm sorry.
65-35 for the match against Mensik in Zverev's favor. So I'd probably bring it in a bit to more like 60-40 for the tournament. Like
yes, I don't know. I think 65-35, or depending on Mensik's physical situation, it may even be 70-30. I don't know. You know, that's on that semifinals. That's what I'm going for. But for the tournament win, I'd like to see what Berrettini is going to do here tomorrow, and if he wins in the semifinals. If he goes out and plays out of his mind the next 2 matches and gets to the finals, then I will give him a legitimate shot to win the tournament. Not more than 50%, but certainly it won't be a 65-35 or a 70-30.
Got it. All right. Mert, big thanks for joining me today.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure.
And to everybody else, got to find the right button now, Mert. Very unprofessional of me. The drill. Here we go. Ciao. If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button. Don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell so you don't miss out on all things tennis.